Ladies and gentlemen, this dance you're about to see now is called Tinubu dance. Are you ready to give me that dance? Oh yeah, everybody go say Tinubu dance. We go the dance. 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 Tinubu dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Say, oh yeah, Baba dance. Wait, oh yeah, Baba dance. Listen, Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. Voila.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
You have to be fast. Of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
My sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the beavers. The beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Santos meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. These are things that will change. Let me show you a WhatsApp. Let me read out a WhatsApp for you. Let me just show you a WhatsApp and send to someone. Is there anybody here who can read very well? And everybody will can. Yes. This is a WhatsApp sent by Tinubu's group. No, read it out. I want you to read it out. Everybody can.
Power glad led.
No.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Just read out what it says.
Yoruba, shine your eyes on. If you vote for P2B, it's automatically voting for seaport in South and Southeast. Then Igbos will stop coming to Lagos State to invest. Rather, they will go to Delta and River State. They may even stop building houses in Lagos. It will affect a lot of Yorubas. Yoruba Renu.
This is your contact. He don't see the value of let's have something better.
Wọ́n dìde
ọkùnrin ogun. Oye tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's no second. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, Oyibo man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the bed. The refinery, the contract, now you Wike. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring up. You will be I pay the master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my temple, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you Wike, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. I be the master. You know,
Hello? Oh, there it is. Oh, this thing, man, it seems to have a life of its own. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me, and I can see the avatar pulsating. So definitely you can hear me. So you can hear me. I can hear you, but hopefully I still have your company. Good day to you. Good to be your company. Or that. Good day to you. Good to be your company. So we've not been out for a couple of days, but we're out today. You just have to bear with us. We're just clinging on by by will of force in most instances. Uh, we're clinging on like the Daleks from Star Trek. Where do you have the Klingons? Is it Star Trek? Yes, we're clinging on like our Klingons. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Or that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Click on the like button. Have you done that? Have you clicked on the like button? Do it now. Let me see actually improvements in the like numbers as I'm inviting you to click on the like button. Share the links just as widely as you can. Copy the links, share them. Actually, if you go on let me actually show you. Maybe people don't actually even know how to share links. So let me actually show you how to share links. Let me put this up. So if you see, let me put this up. So that's also on YouTube. So you see this arrow right here. You see this arrow right here. If you click on it, you see this arrow right here, this curved arrow. If you click on it, it then opens you up into your social media spaces. So you can go directly into your WhatsApp there. You can go directly into your Facebook there. You can go into all the multitudes, Reddit, whatever it is that you have, wherever it is that you mooch around on social media, it enables you to do so. So click on that share arrow. You see this arrow right here, this one here. Click on it. It will pop it up, and then you just go into your WhatsApp, and then away you go. So share the links just as widely as you can. Very, very important that the links are being shared. Because we need to expand the space, and the only way to have that expansion is by you participating. So, and your participation really is to like and share. That's the most primary thing. I always invite you to super chat, but the most important thing is to like and share and subscribe. So those three things are more important than super chats. Like, make sure you're subscribed, and share the link. So pardon me. So all that, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. Chama was just complaining there that the starts are getting increasingly late. It's not that I especially opt to do it this late. It's just that it's the circumstances that forces me to do it this late. But I will walk around that and say hello in the comment section, by the way, as you are coming in, so I can acknowledge you. That's Agbadorian right there. So you don't have to stretch your imagination to know what his politics are, or his politics is. Agbadorian. There's Ratel family right there. Good to see you, Ratel. The elegance that is Chioma, of course. I think she may well be somewhere in Nigeria as we speak. And then we have Adana right there, not to be mistaken for Adama. And then on Facebook we have Edex Adetong. So we have Edex Adetong right there on our Facebook. We have Ofuoma Michael right there, who's saying hello. So everybody keeps saying hello in the comment section, and then acknowledge you just anytime I pop into the studio. So yes, so let's just get started. We get started. We kick it. Yes, the links. It's been just so many days. I'm a bit rusty now as to just how to sequence it. But you know the flow. Now let's kick it off. Start it off with this one. Actually, diaspora inflows hit $600 million monthly. This is the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Yemi Cardoso, who has the rawness of the data to speak with that much authority. But extrapolate and project $600 million monthly. So that's the better part of That's what about, is that in excess of 7 billion, going on 8 billion annually, just from, and these are documented inflows, by the way. We are not talking about the dollars that come in cash, which it might not well be captured electronically. Diaspora inflow, pardon me, a diaspora inflow hit $600 million monthly. This is the CBN governor, Cardoso. Nigeria's diaspora remittances have surged by 200% to $600 million monthly in the past 2 months. So what's led to that? Because you expect that surge round about Christmas time, but you don't expect it in like a media sort of space. So what is the attribution is where the question is. Nigeria's diaspora remittances has surged by 200% to $600 million monthly in the past 2 months. Maybe it's just Chioma going to Nigeria that has sparked up the diaspora remittances. Maybe it's just the pocket money that Chioma took to Nigeria that Cardoso is reporting. Nigeria's diaspora remittances have surged by 200% to $600 million monthly in the past 2 months. That's according to the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, speaking at the Delta State Brazil Business and Investment Roundtable in Sao Paulo. Is it Sao Paulo? Brazil. Cardoso said it's curious actually, because if you look at Cardoso's name, Yemi Cardoso, then you want to make the leap that his origins actually trace back to Latin America, because there are a lot of Lagosians that have their roots are actually tracing back to Latin America. And Yemi Cardoso, you have Fernandez, Da Rocha, all of these sort of, they are all Latin American names that were returned back to Africa however long ago. And Yemi Cardoso's name actually fits into that returnee sort of a name. So his lineage might well still trace back to Brazil. Diaspora inflow hit $600 million monthly, CBN Governor Cardoso. Pardon me. Nigeria's diaspora remittances have surged by 200% to $600 million in the past 2 months, according to the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso. Speaking at the Delta State Brazil Business and Investment Roundtable in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Cardoso said the inflow rose from about $200 million per month and are projected to reach at least $1 billion monthly by next year. So you want to say what's the driver for that inflow is really where the question is. He attributed the increase to a more competitive exchange rate and improved remittance channels, which have reduced the need for Nigerians abroad to use alternative methods to send business home. So what is actually telling us here is that because the gap between the CBN rate and the black market rate is of no consequence anymore, people are actually just remitting just formally, and people are using a lot of apps as well, and those apps capture data which are recorded in the CBN. Traditionally you give cash and then they take the cash home and then you take it down to a bookie in a airport hotel or wherever. But it looks as though now, because there's not that much chasm, there's not that much gap between the official and parallel rates, people are now doing it more formally, more electronically, and all of that data is now being captured within the system. So this is what Cardoso is saying to us. But how does that then increase how much people are sending is the question. Let me take you from the top again. This time I go at speed. Nigeria's diaspora remittances have surged by 200% to $600 billion in the past 2 months, according to the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso. Speaking at the Delta State Brazil Business and Investment Roundtable in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Cardoso said the inflow rose from about $200 million per month and are projected to reach at least $1 billion monthly by next year. He attributed the increase to a more competitive exchange rate and improved remittances channels, which have reduced the need for Nigerians abroad to use alternative methods to send money home. So the rates have been competitive for a while. So what's happened in the last 2 months is really where the question should be. That's really what they need to interrogate in order then so that they can hold it and expand it. Our exchange rate is becoming a lot more competitive. Those who previously sought other channels to send their money back home no longer have to do so, Cardoso said. He added that the rising inflow are diversifying Nigeria's foreign exchange portfolio and reducing the nation's dependency on oil revenue. The remittances from diaspora alone is probably twice the economy of Ghana. When we started considering diaspora flows as a source of diversifying our foreign exchange earnings, people laughed. But we started at $200 million monthly. In the last 2 months, we have reached $600 million per month. And by next year, we anticipate at least $1 billion from our diaspora community, he stated. So there it is right there. The money is being sent because that money, of course, goes into the Nigerian economy and it expands then business activities and opportunity to access our funds. So that's that. So still within monetary matters, discretionary demand for foreign exchange drives Naira's volatility. This is Oyedele, the tax czar, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, has identified discretionary demand for foreign exchange as a major driver of the Naira's volatility. So what does that discretionary demand mean? There is no discretionary demand to it. We know when the spikes take place. The spikes take place anytime that there's a federal allocation, anytime that monies are allocated to the state governors. So that's when the spike usually takes place. That is to tell you then that they are dollarizing their FAC allocations in order then to be able to steal and loot it to the Middle East, especially the northern governors. The chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, has identified discretionary demand for foreign exchange as a major driver of the Naira's volatility. Speaking at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group's half-year review of the economy in Lagos recently, Oyedele emphasized that the Naira's stability depends on addressing this discretionary demand. According to Norimborga's latest report, who is Norimborga? They just come up with all this. This is what riles people up. They say another Oyinbo is controlling your economy. According to Norimborga's latest report, the Naira demonstrated relative stability in the first half of 2025, with the Central Bank of Nigeria's consistent foreign exchange interventions aimed at maintaining market stability. The Naira appreciated marginally by 0.2% at the official market, closing at 1,532 to the dollar, whilst it recorded a stronger gain of 5.1% in the parallel market, closing at 1,575. That chasm actually is still sufficient enough for arbitrage to take place. That's about what? That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's about 43 Naira chasm right there. If you do sufficient enough volume, there's a lot of profit to be made from that chasm still. Oyedele noted that Nigeria Oyedele noted that Nigeria has more dollar inflow than outflow legitimately, but stressed that discretionary demand remains a significant challenge. If we produce and keep producing without addressing discretionary demand, the Naira will not stabilize at a lower rate, he said. He added, I believe that the Naira is significantly undervalued. I also believe that the Naira is significantly undervalued. I still maintain that the value of the Nigerian Naira is 8 to 900 Naira to the dollar. That's the size of the economy and the weight of business activities, the internationalized recognition of the economy and the global. The Nigerian currency is 800 to 900 to the dollar. That's really where the value is. He added, I believe that the Naira is significantly undervalued. Imagine if we get the Naira to sub 1,000 to the dollar. Just imagine what that means for everything from inflation to cost of living to living standards to poverty. So yes, so they've increased the minimum wage to 70 to is baseline 70, but a lot of states like Hopus on Dima, for instance, is paying them nearly 120,000 as minimum wage. So a lot of them are baselining at 70,000 naira. If the cost of inflation starts to drop, then the purchasing power becomes more potent, and then it generates even more economic activity. And all of that wraps around the cost of the dollar. It's all wrapped around that narrative. So if they can strengthen the Naira to the dollar, then the purchasing power of the Nigerian Naira or the purchasing ability of the average Nigerian becomes increasingly more strengthened. This is really where the narrative is. He added, I believe that the Naira is significantly undervalued. Oh, I wonder if I should, let me see if I should be streaming to TikTok. Should I be streaming to TikTok simultaneously? I wonder if I should do that. Let me see if I want to do that. Let me see. Do I want to? Because we're becoming a little bit of a sensation on TikTok now. You may be curious to know. Do I want to stream to TikTok? Why not? Let's see. Let me flip the camera. Hold on. I may want to stream. All right. Should I or should I not? Let me see. All right. Hold on. I'm just making the decision if I want to stream to TikTok or not. If I have to stream to TikTok, then I have to hold on to my phone, just as which will make it a bit awkward, wouldn't it? Would it make it awkward? Let's just do it. I'm just going to lean the phone against something. Let me just lean it against that. Hold on. Oh, all right. Are we even there? Yes, we are there. All right. So yes. Okay. So where were we? Yes. Let me take it from the top again. So yes. Discretionary demand for foreign exchange drives Naira volatility. This is Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, has identified discretionary demand for foreign exchange as the major driver of the Naira's volatility. Speaking at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group's half-year review of the economy in Lagos recently, Oyedele emphasized that the Naira stability depends on addressing this discretionary demand. According to Nuremberger's latest report, the Naira demonstrated relative stability in the first half of 2025, with the Central Bank of Nigeria's consistent foreign exchange interventions aimed at maintaining market stability. The Naira appreciated marginally by 0.2% at the official market closing at. So we've read all that actually. So let me take you to where we were. So we were at this space. It says I believe that the Naira is significantly undervalued. Imagine if we get the Naira to sub 1,000. Just imagine what that means for everything from inflation to cost of living to standard of living to poverty. So we were just saying then that the impact, a more strengthened Naira, it will leapfrog the standard of living of the average Nigerian. A more stabilized Naira will leapfrog the standard of living of the average Nigerian. Because then it strengthens their purchasing power, as we already said. Oyedele also calls for transparency as a criterion for FA. Aha. So Oyedele also called for transparency. Oh, let me see. How do I want to position this thing? It's freaking me out somewhat, the way. Maybe I'm streaming to too many portals. I want to. Let me see. Is that better? That's better. Yeah. Is that better? Let me see. Hold on. I'm just trying to make sure. All right. Let me see. Let me just do that. Yes. Yes, that's better. Right. Yes. Where were we? So yes. Oyedele. Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, you know the gist of that. I think streaming to TikTok has now put me off somewhat. Maybe I should just maybe I should just end that one. It's putting me off slightly. All right. Let's go on to this one. ADC disowns El Rufai as police probe violence in Kaduna. So there's that. Yes, there's that. So actually, I'm going to end it on TikTok. Should I or should I not? Should I just end it here? Is this doing anything for me? I wonder. All right. The problem with this TikTok is you're not actually sure what's going on there. So what is going on this lunatic space? Motown, I see you there. I'm just thinking, should I end it here? You guys are not even doing the tapping, so do the tappings on TikTok. If you can take the likes up to 1,000, then I'll carry on the stream. If you can't, then I'll just end it. No skin off my nose. Yeah, let's see. I want this thing to be frontal to me. Hold on. It has to be this way. All right. I'm not even sure. Anyway, I'll just let it ride. I'll pretend like it's not there. Then maybe that will work. So yes. Inauguration. ADC disowns El Rufai as police probe violence in Kaduna. So there's that. No, I think I'm going to end it on. It's just now completely putting me off, you know. All right. What's going on there? All right. should I put it here? How about if I put it there? Or put it here? Is it too dark? Should I? So this will make me feel self-conscious now because then I have to sit up and because presently I'm just slumped into my seat, but now I'm going to have to sit up. All right. No, that doesn't work. I beg your pardon. I'm just trying to work out what works. All right, this might work. Oh, all right, we do it that way. Oh, all right. So I'm just going to pretend like we're not on TikTok. Maybe that works. You know, if we pretend, because otherwise I'll be so conscious of it, it will put me off. To the people on our TikTok, we're also streaming to YouTube, by the way. So we're everywhere. We're multi-streaming to a whole multitude of. We're trying to establish a presence on that space. Just to have that as part of our armory for that fight in 2027. I see you there, Motown. Can the people on TikTok make sure they are following? So make sure you are following and sharing the link so that if I see sufficient enough sharing, then I'll just let it ride and then we'll continue. Oh, all right. Oh, sorry for that. Let's just carry on. Yes. In inaugurations, ADC disown El Rufai as police probe violence in Kaduna. So the ADC is a stillbirth, as I've often said. This ADC thing is turning into a stillbirth. It is essentially passed away just as soon as it was birthed. Political tension is rising in Kaduna State after the African Democratic Congress ADC disowned a controversial event linked to former Governor Nasir El-Rufai, while the police launched an investigation into allegations of violence and gunfire at the public gathering. In a statement issued on Saturday and signed by the ADC Kaduna State Publicity Secretary, Engineer Musa Idris, the party dismissed the so-called official inauguration ceremony of the Kaduna State APC PDP SDP to ADC Transition Committee. I don't even know what that means. So let me just abandon that. That sounds like a nonsense. But that's El Rufai essentially then just constituting a nuisance to the ADC space. Let me go on to the next one. Let's go on to this one instead. Let me send the link again. By the way, if anybody wants to come on. It's a dialogue, not a monologue. So if you want the conversation, then you have to. Then you have to come on the screen. So if you want the conversation, you have to hop on. I seem to only have how many people have I got on that space? Is it enough for me to? Yeah, that's the thing. It's this. Yeah, is that sufficient enough for me to stay there? Oh, all right. Since it doesn't really take anything away from me, let me just leave it there. I'll leave it for the duration of the stream. Ugandan woman arrested at Lagos airport after paying $1,000 to procure Nigerian passport. So Nigerian passport now being sought almost like an American passport. This is according to the Minister for the Interior, Tunji Ojo. Ugandan woman arrested at Lagos airport after paying $1,000 to procure Nigerian passport. That's the Minister for Interior, Tunji Ojo. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, has revealed how a Ugandan woman was arrested at the Lagos airport after paying $1,000 to illegally obtain a Nigerian international passport. The minister, who disclosed this on Thursday while speaking at the Ministry of Interior's mid-tenure performance retreat in Abuja, said the incident highlighted the extent of abuse that plagued Nigeria's passport issuance before the ongoing reforms. A Ugandan woman carrying a Nigerian passport was arrested at Lagos Airport after paying $1,000 to procure it. This cannot continue. Our passport must remain a true symbol of Nigerian identity. He said the fraudulent practice was enabled by weak oversight, decentralized approvals, and a long-standing culture of corruption within the system. There was a time when some passport control officers had so much power they could delay or withhold approvals until they were settled. That abuse of power ends now, he declared. Tunji Ojo said the federal government had now taken decisive actions to overhaul the system, including the removal of passport approval powers from PCOs and the centralization of the process to curb human interference. So the perfect example of how stopping human interference affects performance and delivery is the Ministry of Interior, citing the passport as an example. Since they automated the passport issuance process within that Ministry of Interior, everything has been working seamlessly, exactly how it should work. So, so you can take that template and apply it right across the board, especially at the Nigerian ports. They should remove human contact as much they should remove human contact as much as they possibly can in the relationship between the citizenry and the government, because it is always at the point of human contact that it always goes awry. So remove as much of the human contact as you possibly can from the between the government and the people. So there's that. Let's go on from that to this. This is Yemson Wike now, essentially telling them to reinstate Fubara. It says coast now clear for state of emergency to end. Oh, sorry, I can't see that. Let me just move this out of the way. It says coast now clear for lifting of emergency rule. This is Wike speaking to the River State situation. So let's see what he has to say. Let's go to that one. Yes, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT Yemson Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT Yemson Wike believes the conduct of Rivers local government elections is a step closer to end the emergency rule in the coastal state. So the emergency rule, the Fubara 6 months actually expires mid next month. So his suspension actually expires mid next month. So unless they seek to extend it, and there is no reason why they should seek to extend it, because he's shown sufficient enough contrition. He's been a good boy. He's gone to beg Wike, so there's no reason for them to extend it. But Fubara's suspension expires mid next month. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Yemson Wike, believes the conduct of the River State local government elections is a step closer to the end of the emergency rule in the coastal state. A lot of people are actually critical of the fact that the person oversighting the local government elections in River State is a government appointee rather than the state governor itself. So a lot of people are not happy about that. Wike spoke on Saturday at some local government in River State after voting in the Rivers Council election. So, having done this, then the coast is clear for the state of emergency to be lifted, meaning that the local governments have representatives. The state, and by the way, you see this local government election thing. Pardon me. You see this local government election thing. Hold on. I need to. Yeah, you see this local government election thing. This is This is Wike using the window of opportunity to install his own people in those local governments, by the way, because of course the actual governor has no influence on who got elected in that space. So that's him just now using that opportunity to install his own people in that space. So that's that. Is there anything else? I think that's enough actually. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come on, I'll play you some of the clips that we do have now. So we see how that goes. Let me flip the camera. Oh, all right. Oh, all right. Let's play some clips. We start it off with this one. So, let's start it off with this one. Actually, this is still the weakest space. Speaking to the local government elections in River State.
So, what's next for River State after here?
Of course, what it means that I do know that by 18th of September that the state of emergency will expire, and then that will mean that the state governor and the state assembly will come back to their job, and they will have representatives at the grassroots level. Remember, the Supreme Court had nullified the other election, and so if this election was not conducted, it will mean that there will be no representative at the grassroots level, which would not be, acceptable by the people of River State. So, having done this, then the coast is clear for the state of emergency to be lifted, meaning that the local government has representatives, the state government has its own elected representatives. So we're good to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was Wike there, speaking to the River State elections. So let me play you this next clip. There was a recent survey done amongst Nigerian lawyers, and they surveyed about 20,000 thereabout, and the report came back that they considered that the country is a lot worse now than it was 2 years ago. That's what they said. 20,000 lawyers. They almost, not with unanimity, but the vast majority of them concluded that the country is a lot worse now than it was 2 years ago. So this now next clip seeks to address that space. Watch this.
I dey surprised to hear this kind of question from a learned person who I think say he go school, he get sense, he dey speak English. I dey surprised to hear this kind of question from this man. I been mean I listen to this question.
The first question is Nigeria better today than 2 years ago?
You see, this is the reason why everybody needs to be educated. And this is why I'm out. Who go carry me go channel television? Make I go educate this man about this question when he asks. Why you go gather people? Ask them, say, is Nigeria better 2 years ago than it was now? All those kind of questions. My God. You know they see am with your eye. Nigeria get stable electricity like this 2 years ago. Nigeria have coastal road 2 years ago. Nigeria have a net fund, free education 2 years ago. All those roads for north, all those federal highway for north, Meduguri to Kano, all those roads, Kaduna to Abuja, Kaduna to Kano, all those roads, Nigeria get them 2 years ago. The agricultural infrastructure where President Bola Tinubu, they travel abroad everywhere they build, when Nigeria don't they grow, Nigeria get them 2 years ago. 2 years ago, so many states see they collect loan to pay salaries. 2 years ago, now, is there any governor collecting loan to pay salaries again? Go and check our foreign reserve. Go and check how much is there. Is it like that 2 years ago? Haba. Haba. If not they fear God, though, who will carry me go this TV? Make I go use my broken. See, Nigerians, you understand broken pass. Me not forget, see people with food that room, like say they go school. Let me tell you something. Now people brain that they teach you now for school. I need to go and study. I need to go and lecture some people, especially this one. All of them, they don't just get sense. I don't know why. This President Bola Ahmed Tinubu regime can't make me realize, can't open my eyes, can't say so many people who think say they go school past me, why they look out to them like they don't know anything. Nothing. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is building. Nigeria has never worked before. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is making Nigeria to work now. He's working on it. Is it this time for you to ask this kind of question? Don't you know? Don't you know? Who could they fear God now? Who could try use our brain? Oh my God.
All right. Anybody? Oh, I'm not quite sure what's going on. Sorry, I'm being distracted so much from streaming to TikTok. It's not the most brilliant idea I've yet heard. It says no audio. Can you not hear me? I think I'm going to end it actually. Apologies, TikTok people, but this hasn't. We'll try again once we've fully geared up how to. The thing is, it doesn't pick directly from a PC, so you are not able to see then what's going on the screen. All you can see is my face. So and I'm not quite sure. Yeah, yes. Join us on join us on YouTube. One man went to Mo. You should all know my space by now. One man went to Mo. So go look that up. One man went to Mo. Go to the YouTube space. You should see us there. Then you can come on. If some of the commentators on yes, I know you're Motown, but some of the people there may not know us on YouTube. One man went to Mo. We're live streaming there now. So if you want to hop on there, then it probably make more sense than me having to multi all those spaces. So I'm going to end it here. Come join us there. So let me just do that. We end this, and that's that. So that ends that. So yes, no, apologies, guys. We were trying to establish a presence on TikTok, but I'm not quite sure if that space is for me really. But we'll see how that goes. So there it is. And that's just now confused my flow. So that's just now confused my flow. But let me recalibrate and get back to the flow of it. Did you know that agege bread was actually gifted to us by the Caribbeans? Did you know that agege bread, the popular, globally renowned agege bread, is actually something that came from Jamaica? Watch this.
Did you know that the Nigerian bread industry has a surprising Jamaican connection? It all started in the 1920s when a Jamaican baker named Amos Shackelford moved to Nigeria. He brought with him a unique recipe for soft, fluffy bread that was unlike anything Nigerians had tasted before. Shackelford's bread quickly became a hit, and he opened a bakery in Lagos. Soon, other bakers started copying his style, and the agege bread was born. Named after the area where Shackelford's bakery was located, this bread became a staple across Nigeria. Today, the Nigerian bread industry is worth billions, all thanks to a Jamaican baker who decided to share his delicious recipe with a new country. Next time you enjoy a slice of Nigerian bread, remember its Caribbean roots.
All right. So that's that. Agege bread was actually gifted to us by the Jamaicans. Believe that, you believe anything. So believe that, you believe anything. So now, all of these banditries that we hear about all of the time in Nigeria. We speculate as to the reasons why. We talk about land grabbing. We talk about this, that, and the other. But it's actually about mineral resources. This is actually what it is. So let me play you this clip that sheds even more light on that space. Watch this.
We arrive at our meeting point with bandit leaders. Men and boys, some of them as young as 12, take up positions in the surrounding bushes and on higher ground. The gang leader Abu Ratte, in his 30s, too shy to face the camera, delegates the responsibility of talking to us to another kingpin.
When we're wronged, nobody takes time to hear our side of the story. The security forces and locals will attack, and we respond with even deadlier force.
After hundreds of deaths among both civilians and armed gangs, a delicate truce is now holding in Batsari Area Council.
Sustained military pressure forced them to negotiate a truce. Unlike other places, there is no thick forest here for them to hide.
Here, and in neighboring Jibia Council area, the fighters have a bigger motivation to push for a ceasefire.
We make a lot here mining gold. There are a lot of benefits.
Farming communities in these areas are beginning to recover.
90% of our community are living in peace. We sleep well. Before, some of us has to leave their houses in the afternoon or in the night, in the evening time. They have to go to bush and sleep in the trees.
Northern Niger has been rocked by banditry for more than 10 years, the past 6 being the bloodiest. A recent attack claimed the lives of 32 worshippers inside a mosque here in Kaduna State. The conflict began with clashes between farmers and herders over land and water resources. But a failure by past Nigerian governments allowed it to escalate to full-blown conflict.
Many people are into this banditry. It is so localized to the extent that you cannot even establish who is with the bandit and who is not with the bandit.
In the first 6 months of this year alone, more than 2,000 people were killed. Millions of dollars in ransom have been paid. In areas where the peace deal is holding, locals have returned to their farms, looking forward to a bountiful harvest. At Batsari Market, business is picking up. The truce has allowed bandits, most of them herders, access to hospitals and markets, facilities they couldn't get to while the killings continued.
The truce has led to the resumption of economic and agricultural activities in some parts of Kaduna State. This market in Batsari is seeing a steady increase in transactions, but many other communities in the state don't have such agreements, which means they still face the risk of attacks and kidnappings.
Talks have failed in the past, and the state government is refusing direct talks with what it calls terrorists.
We said we are not going to negotiate on the furthering of weakness. And that's why we came all out, because we learned from the experience that we have had during the last administration. Government was begging criminals to come for truce.
Analysts say the crisis has now become so complex that Nigeria may have missed the chance to stop it. But for residents of states ravaged by these criminal gangs, any peace is worth pushing for. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Batsari.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news.
So you heard it there. They are making so much money from mining gold in that community. And that is really why, because you wonder sometimes if it's just mindless violence. It's not mindless violence. It's a tussle for resources. And it's not even the land. It's often what is under that land. You know, the northern, they have emerald in the north, in the northern part of the country. They have a huge lithium deposit there. They have steel in Ajaokuta anyway. They have gold in abundance, Zamfara, and all over the north. There's gold, and there's a whole vast swathe of mineral resources that we're not even aware of, all within that northern space. And it's that fight for mineral. It's not even a fight, it's an onslaught to take over the mineral resources that the indigents might not even know is vested within their space. So that's the bandits then telling us frontally that they're after the gold there more than anything else. So still talking about our mineral resources, watch this.
So Nigeria's banned exports of raw shea and henna for cosmetic products, and they're not closing the door completely, right? What they're saying is, if you want it, you'll come and you'll get it refined, packaged and priced by us. Right now, Nigeria makes 40% of the world share, but earns just 1% of the $6.5 billion shea butter market because the West buys it raw, processes it abroad, and then sells it back triple the price. So now there's a 6-month ban, factories incoming, and the goal is $300 million a year by 2027. But let's be real, right? Not everyone's clapping. Some say buyers will shift from Nigeria to Ghana or Benin, and others are asking, are local processors even ready? Will farmers benefit or just get locked out? I mean, there's definitely reason to be cautious. Bans like this have been made before. Oil, cocoa, timber, with little follow through. But here's why it actually matters and why it's actually quite exciting, right? Because exporting raw is exporting power. It keeps Nigeria stuck in old cycles. Labor rich, profit poor. Nigeria could have a $500 billion export market if the cards are played right. And for everyday people, share butter might actually get cheaper. Hopefully it doesn't just turn into another big man contract thing. But in the meantime, I'm going to say, well done, Nigeria. You're making a great start because Africa can't just grow it. It has to brand it, bottle it, and bank it too. This is more than just a great economic policy. It's a test to see whether or not Nigeria can really move from raw hustle to refined ownership. Because if it wants real value from what it grows, it's really going to need to get back to the full chain from seed to shelf. I've been talking about supply chains for a long time. So this is really exciting for me. Let's talk in the comment section. What are your thoughts?
No, she is real, Ratel family. So that girl is exactly right. So, but it's a complex one, really. Banning the export of raw shea butter, or is it raw shea butter or raw shea unrefined? So they can ban it, but then if they ban it, then what happens next? Because they don't have the necessary processing plants. So what they should have done was to give a moratorium to say the exporting of it in its raw stage will be banned at X time, to give that period of time then for whoever is invested in that space to come and set up in Nigeria. And that applies right across the board. But actually, I've always advocated that one or two processes, one or two of the production processes must be done in Nigeria before any material can be exported. You know, so one or two processes, because that creates job and that expands the economy, and I think that's broadly where that girl is speaking to as well. Let me play you just one more clip, and then we'll see if anybody turns up.
The truth is, whether the Oyo people accept it or not, a son cannot be bigger than his father, not to talk of his grandfather.
Okay.
The claim that Oyo was an empire, that empire was destroyed since 1790. The Fulani warriors destroyed that Oyo empire in 1790. And Oyo became wanderers with no homeland until they got to Agoja. And their shepherd gave them land to dwell in and cultivate. As at that time, the military prowess that they had been transferred to Ibadan. Ibadan became the warlord, to the extent that Ibadan, at a time, determined who was going to be the Alaafin for you. So, if you are claiming that military prowess that time, it is actually Ibadan that's supposed to be claiming that right now. So, the power that Alaafin is claiming now, that power is gone since 1790.
So
over 200 years ago.
Is supposed to be the supreme.
Oni is the supreme traditional ruler in Yoruba land.
Dari Raji, I hope you are listening to that. We'll make a story out of it. Anyway, our time is fast spent. We need to get out of this studio. Thank you very much, Professor.
Let me quickly add something.
Okay.
Alaafin Adeyemi was the only Alaafin that contested the supremacy against the Oni. There is no record anywhere that any Alaafin had ever contested the supremacy with Oni. And even the contest was on the pages of newspaper. I remember in 1989, when Babangida was to come to Oyo State on an official visit, and the State Executive Council and the two traditional rulers were to meet to welcome Babangida at the Ibadan end of the toll gate. Colonel Sasaini Oresanya was standing, Alaafin was next to him, and members of the State Executive Council. The Oni has not arrived. As Oni arrived, before he got down out of his limousine, you know what Alaafin did? Alaafin created a gap. He moved. He moved away from where Oresanya was standing, so that Oni will come and stand next to the Alaafin, to the governor. So that shows that even Alaafin Adeyemi, despite all the Unabalo on the pages of newspaper recognized the superiority of the Oni of Ife.
So the battle carries on then. Who has preeminence? Ultimately, the preeminence will still go to the Alafin of Oyo because it still insists that the Oni of Ife is not a king. Let me play you one more clip. This one now speaks to Tinubu's trip to Brazil.
They are Brazilians. They are not Yoruba.
The guys
they are Brazilians. Yes, they are Brazilians. But their spirituality is highly connected to Yoruba culture.
We'll come to that, but
they are Brazilians.
Interesting. This is the president's third visit to Brazil.
Yeah.
How significant, how historic and significant is this particular one?
Well, you see, the hallmark of leadership is ability to appreciate your vision and develop the right muscle and energy to drive that vision. What Bola Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, demonstrated in Brazil a couple of days ago is a leader who has an unusual capacity to drive his vision. We have seen in him practicality of leadership to pursue excellently an idea to move away from the usual in a way that will be positive and result oriented. That's what the president of Nigeria demonstrated. I tell you very honestly, my brother, Brazil is the destination for Nigeria. With Brazil, Nigeria has no business going to America, Europe to ask for anything. Brazil can give Nigeria everything Nigeria needs at this point in time. So for the president to have been able to understand that there is something that makes Nigeria irresistible to Brazil is the knack, is the intellect, is the intelligence, is the unusual leadership intellect demonstrated.
Is there anything else I want to bring to your attention? Well, let me just let me play you the care guides and then we'll see if anybody turns up. Where are they? The care guides and where are they? Here they are.
Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Hobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu file ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudode ojare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de everybody ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshemi, that have nothing to do with us. Joining us, that's Zita right there, ably accompanied by Prince Daddy. So we have a trilogy. So yeah, a balanced panel, a lady and a gentleman. I wonder why when Prince Daddy was last accused of being a gentleman. But everything is a lady and a gentleman. So good to be in your company. Still more spaces. Anybody wants to open hop on? Let's kick it off. Start it off with should we start it off with Zita? She came in first. Zita, are you ready? Oh, okay. There you are.
How you dey?
I do. We did as we did.
What are you people discussing?
The Nigerian matter now. To keep Nigeria one is a task for all of us. Now who talk that one? No be go one tell us that one. To keep Nigeria one is a task for everybody. Have you no be go one say that one?
I can't remember.
Yeah.
So
is this even a phrase or have I just made it up? Was that ever said? To keep Nigeria one is a task for everybody?
I don't know, but to keep anywhere worthy or safe is a tax for everybody. I don't need go one to tell me that. So what's going on? I saw you showing some armed men or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, that was the bandits telling us then that that they make so much money digging gold from those places that they ravage. So and I was then saying that it's not even so much a narrative of land grabbing. It's more about the resources under the ground.
A bandit was saying that.
Yeah, in that clip that I just played now.
Oh,
it said they are making it said they were making so much money from the gold they dig up in the places they savage.
One man, don't you think those people should be, the government of Nigeria should hand those people over to those ragtags in the north that are spreading all over the place, whether you people call them militia or militants or terrorists? Don't you think it will be nice if they're being handed over to Israel for proper management? Don't you think so?
You mean the region itself?
The people there,
how do you
Israel know
mean?
how to manage them. You see all those people causing chaos everywhere in Nigeria. If you give them to Israel for proper management, that would be nice. If I were the president,
I've always advocated that too. That insurgency, insecurity, whatnot. If they can commission the Israelis to come and tackle it, they'll solve it within 6 months.
Yeah, the expert in
they'll
that.
solve it within 6 months.
They're expert in that. They know how to handle terrorists. They will do a proper management because that thing is getting out of hand. Honestly, sincerely speaking, is the annoying part of it is this video they do make of themselves. The other day, I saw a video circulating of, that one is in the southeast. The Clyde 3 boys made a video of it. I don't really understand.
I saw that as well.
I don't really understand. And now a bandit or a terrorist or a militia, whatever you people call them, is brandishing with full chest what he is doing. Come on now. I don't know. But actually, I do not blame them. One man, there is a lot of lies going on planet Earth. And if you do not take your time, if you are not smart enough either to listen to that lie and move on, or listen to that lie, debunk it and move on, or listen to that lie and know it's a lie and move on. Otherwise, it will destroy the person. There are a lot of lies and propaganda going on in the world. I don't know the set of human beings that are in planet Earth this time around. I hope they will pass away. Honestly, sincerely speaking, there are some certain things I hear. I begin to say, are you just saying it because you have a mouth, or are you really saying it that you are going to convince some people to believe you that what you're saying is true? They're killing people and they're digging out the gold. They're making so much money. And the way he's looking at one man, that boy looks like somebody who is making so much money from gold. Hello.
No, you know there's a hierarchy to these things, and there's an international dimension to it as well. A lot of those gold end up in the Middle East, and then you wonder where the arms come from. So whoever is at the top echelon of that food chain, that's really where the thing is. Hold on, all this because they said some of them as young as 12. You know, that's what that clip told us. So these people, they have no concept of anything. They are just the last base out of that pyramid. You know, they just throw them guns and then they give them a few, maybe 100,000 naira to go and sleep with girls, and that's really all they are interested in. You know, but that food chain actually goes outside of the country all the way through to the Middle East and even France.
Okay, one man. You see, this is why I said that the world, we do actually really have a problem. Somebody made a video of himself telling you what he does for a living, and he's telling you how much money they make from it. And you look at him from head to toe, he ain't look like somebody who ain't got any money anywhere. And now you are leaving the person you are seeing. You are leaving the person you saw on the video. You are listening to another thing he said about some of them that are 12 years and 5 years and 3 years that don't have anything to do in life rather than to sleep with a woman, and they give them a little money. And then when their boss come, the boss come with a limousine and private jets. And you look at a human being seeing limousine and private jet, you know they're hungry. But that's by the way. Let me say this. You see this narrative you just put in now. That's why native doctors are filled with debt. And they still can convince somebody to bring a human head that they will make money for him. And at the end of the day, that money turns out to be aberration. These are the kind of stories that go around the world and people do believe it. Listen, let me tell you, there's something I have to say, and I will make it categorically clear for those listening to me. You see, human being is not an ordinary being. Yes, we move around, we say rubbish, we laugh, we sick, we die, we get buried. But there is one thing about humans. Anybody who buy a human for the first time, trust me, will not have a reason to buy again and again and again and again. I don't want to be spiritual about it, but that's how it works. You see those boys that are just being reckless. To me, I see it as a power grab. Look at the way he's speaking. I look at it as authority. Somebody who is holding a ridiculous metal in his hands, and he feels he has power, and he can say anything and video anything and buy anything. That's the way I see it. Until somebody somewhere show them that they do not have that authority, this shenanigan will continue. That's why I said
it's easier said than done now. I mean, you know, hold on. These people operate in a guerrilla sort of, and they operate in cells as well. So I don't think it's from want of trying that the government has not been able to tackle them.
That's why I
so
said
they operate in cells. They operate like a strike and disappear sort of a system. Like so, it's a very complex as a situation now. So it's not from lack of willing or effort that they've not been able to surmount it.
Let me tell you, handling those people has to do with God and support. You cannot in life complain about what you tolerate. Period. Nobody does that. It's not going to work. Actually, you will look stupid and ridiculous if you are tolerating something and every minute of the day you are complaining, you're whining, you're crying about it.
Well, that's the wrong adjective to use. Nobody's tolerating it. It's intolerable.
Okay.
That is why it's always at the peak of discussion within the Nigerian space. Nobody is how can you?
You are not following Zita's track. She meant the people who are suffering the effect of they are the ones tolerating it. They are leaders, because this is what we've been saying here and everywhere. It's just that Zita maybe has not been paying attention. Of late, the Gumis of the North have started crying that Tinubu's security outfit is cooperating with the Israeli forces to eliminate their leaders. The same tactics they use against Jonathan, they've started using it again. And in reality, the government is cooperating with the Israeli forces, and they are really doing a good job of eliminating their leaders. Because is it not ridiculous for them to be saying you have to rehabilitate these people the way you rehabilitated the militants in Niger Delta? Can you compare apples with oranges? This is the thing. They've turned it into a kind of glamorous activity, eliminating themselves. And of course, these people are being fueled by drug.
Baba,
Yes,
what is the difference between hello, Baba? What is the difference between the militants in the south and those guys in the north?
I'll tell you the difference.
Good. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, first of all, I believe before you ask this question, you know the history. Please say yes or no. You know how Boko Haram and did not don't talk about the.
Actually, sorry. Let me be specific. Hold on, madam. Let me be specific. Hold on. The reason I'm asking the question has to do with
hold on, let him come in. Yeah, go on, Prince.
The reason I asked the question has to do with the rehabilitation that Baba was talking about. That they in the north don't deserve it, but the people in the south, well, okay.
Yeah. So that's why I'm coming. I started from another angle because I want to start it from the bottom to up so that you don't need to ask me question about the bottom and start arguing with me about the bottom. That's why I would have told you, yes, there is a difference. These people cannot be rehabilitated, but the other people can be rehabilitated. Then two of us will start bantering and arguing. That's why I want to start it from the bottom. Now, why do I want to start it from the bottom? I just assume as a Nigerian, they know the history. I don't want anybody to come and tell me about the minerals on the natural resources. That's what I've heard. They've been taking it from God knows when. So that's not the problem. I hope somebody knows the history of Boko Haram and you know the history of the Niger Delta. Then you know the history of the iPods. If we are settled on that, then I can say what I want to say. But if you are not settled on that,
well, okay.
I would just tell
the
you,
three example group you just mentioned.
these people can be rehabilitated.
What is the common denominator? See, it's unless the people, the military in the south never killed anyone. We know IPOB did. They do in the east.
Who told you they didn't kill anyone?
Okay, good. So they kill us too. I'm just asking. So I don't know. Mike, by the way, I'm just asking the question. So if all the three groups you mentioned they've killed before, and we're not counting the numbers, and one group can be rehabilitated, what about the other ones? How come they don't deserve the same grace?
Okay. A cause without a cause cannot stand. I believe you are a Christian. The one happening in the north is a cause without a cause, so it cannot stand. There is nothing like rehabilitation. But the Niger Delta, their own, was something I understand. That is one. Two, they have elders, they have kings. There is one thing about life. When you fight for a cause, whether you win that cause or you lose that cause, it is important that you know when to stop. But when you fight a cause, whether you lose or win, you keep fighting and never know when to stop. Then that word rehabilitation should not come in. Because in the first place, you don't even know when to stop. But for somebody who is fighting a cause,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can say that, Zita. These people, their mind has been orientated in a particular sort of way. You know, so they've been manipulated into a particular sort of thought that they are pursuing some sort of religious greater good. So,
how do you
in fact,
rehabilitate them?
by educating them otherwise.
And how do you educate them?
By bringing a counter narrative. What are you saying? There
Okay.
there are different strands to there are different strands to Islam, and the extreme strand is what they are using to manipulate these people to brainwash them. So you can
One
reorient
man,
a
may I
brainwashed
come
mind
in?
now. Yeah. Yes.
Listen, one
Can I
man.
come in, please?
Listen to me, one man. Let me say this on your platform today. I want to document my voice in it. It's just like saying, bring iPod for rehabilitation. That's actually laughable. The people you are saying they need to be reoriented, the question you should ask, do they listen? Are they going to be called?
No, they clearly listen because they were
don't.
oriented in a. If they don't listen, then they wouldn't have been brainwashed.
No.
So they listened to a particular narrative for them to get to where they are.
Listen.
May I come in?
One man, you are not understanding what I'm saying.
I understand fully what you are saying.
You don't.
You are saying the dogma is so deeply ingrained.
Listen.
And because he has a religious hook as well, they are too far gone to be redeemed. And I'm saying no.
See, what I'm saying is that it's a way of life. I think that's the best way to put it. You see that thing that is happening in the north, it has become a way of life. The answer to it, and I repeat, when I started this statement, I made a comment, I made it jovially, but I meant what I said. Actually, it is not like saying bring Israel. Most people listening to me today will understand what I'm saying. Actually, what I'm saying is give them Israelis' hand. That is, treat them the way Israel treat them. You see that thing that is happening in the north, it is a way of life. It's no longer an issue that you want to bring people together and talk to them and they will listen. They will not even come in the first place.
Yes, Zita, if you may permit me, let me do justice to the question Prince Daddy asked, actually, in comparing the militancy in Niger Delta and the brigandage in the north at the moment. You see, the militancy is about resource control. It's about a people, an ethnic nationality being cheated out of their resources. And they tried to make some noise, and the government was not minding them. So they had no other option than to start stopping
that's
work.
why I asked
Let me
if
finish.
he
Stopping
knows
work.
story.
Wait, let me start stopping work on all oil wells, and of course, kidnapping the expatriates working for the OICs. And of course, in the process, we're collecting ransom. And of course, that's the result of why we have the NDDC and also the 13% derivation from the budget. And ever since, they've stopped all their activities. And at the height of their rebellion, we hardly could produce 600,000 barrels a day for a country then producing about 2 million barrels every day. But the whole thing, the dust has settled, and they have what they requested for, and they are happy.
You didn't do justice to it.
But it's still ongoing, but they are not in the creeks anymore, troubling us. But in the north, it has religious connotation, banditry, terrorism, and they have international affiliation, not just to Al Qaeda, but to ISWAP. And that's international. And that is why forces like the Israelis had been invited in. And they are using the Israeli treatment by taking out the heads of these devilish organizations. And that's why they are crying. Because they thought, okay, if they allow it, like Zita said, it will help them politically advance their causes. But it's doing a lot of damage to them. They're crying, and yet they are the ones actually encouraging this act of dissidence. So to me, it serves them right. I must be very blunt about it. Yes.
Baba, Prince Daddy's question was about rehabilitation, and hold on, that's your view, but maybe Baba thinks differently. In the Delta, in the Niger Delta region, their militancy more wraps. It's not really about environmental degradation. Their militancy wraps more around greed, because it's about money. They want some money. But the thing in the north, it wraps more around religion. So which one can be rehabilitated more? Which mindset can be reoriented?
It's not about greed. I want to have an understanding of why you arrived at that.
I don't understand what woman
Listen, please, because you've not been to the Niger Delta. If you are part of those communities where your environment has been degraded, even fish and fishing, which is your only resource, has been damaged beyond anything. And of course, there is also the futuristic tendency of earthquake happening because hollow have been created in the earth crust. You will know that it's not about greed. It's about their being, their total being, and for issues concerning their children and great-grandchildren to come. So that is why they have to resort to that rebellion. And of course, they are adequately taken care of. A lot of them went on scholarship to study underwater welding, and a lot of them benefited. And of course, rightfully so. But in the north, it's a different game entirely.
But can I say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, it is actually disheartening if somebody can match what is happening in the north with what happened in Niger Delta. Baba, let me tell you this. In Shell, as a company in Niger Delta, I don't want to talk about Ajip Mobile and Chevron and others. Let me talk about Shell. In Shell, I went to university in Rivers State. So I know how many Rivers citizens that graduated with me. And I know what their grade were and how smart and intelligent they were. But let me say this, because this is a global platform. You are talking about environmental degradation. The whole world is being degraded. So I don't even go to that green climate. I don't go there because the whole world is into it. These people, if you come to Shell in a whole directorate, I'm not talking about a department, a whole directorate, you can see only 3 or 4 Rivers and Bayelsa indigenes employed. I repeat myself because this is a global platform. Nigerians didn't know what happened. And those employment will be job group 5. The highest will be probably job group 5. Job group 6. Because the higher the number, the lower the grade in Shell. Then the other people you can get is contractors coming for cleaning, tea girls, move boys. Those are the ones that are River State indigenous. And that I am not exaggerating. This is a global platform. And then let me finish.
Yeah, but they don't have the education to be employed at a higher.
I started by saying I schooled in River State. So I schooled in the same university, and in that university, I graduated. I'm not talking about people above me, people below me, or whatever. I don't want to go on about the whole place. I'm talking about my class. I know how many reverse people were in that class. I know how intelligent they were. I know the grade they graduated with. And you shouldn't come here and tell me that they didn't go to school. That's actually insulting and ridiculous for you to say that they don't have the academic qualification to work in Shell.
Rivers people are not known for education, though. They are known for.
Okay, you can say whatever you want to say. Because
they are known for sapping water.
You are going to the level I don't want to go.
They are well read.
Because that's actually annoying, and it's demeaning for you to say that about Rivers people, but that's okay. Then you come to that company. What you see, Yoruba, 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 Bini, Yoruba, 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 Bini, Igbo, Yoruba, 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 Bini,
some Calabar.
And then white people. And then you see these Rivers people in a very low job, smart, intelligent, well-educated. And they've been saying this over the years. They come for interview. You come for interview. There is even one that caused trouble. They come for an interview. The whole 18 people that were employed were Yoruba. Unfortunately for them, Yorubans do not actually answer English name. So it was Olatala Olutade, Olitede Ebedede, Olungeye Olotaya, Alabala Olegele.
Be quiet, Morisita.
What the heck is this?
It's just a bunch of Ungbati names.
So you
it was just a malam.
Let me finish. You do
Unfortunately,
not have any idea
speaking the
what
truth,
started the
actually.
Niger Delta movement. You don't have a clue. They fought for something. They have a reason. They got their quota in oil company. They got their quota in contracting. They got their quota in everything. They ended up crafting something. Sometimes I see them like African Americans. The difference is that African Americans never knew when to stop. But those people knew when to stop. They got their quota, even in contracts. In contracts, they got their quota. They got their quota in employment. They fought. They fought. Yes, they must have fought mercilessly, but they fought.
True.
And they got that thing. But these people you are talking about in the north, what they deserve is Israeli management. When I mean
and they are getting it.
I'm not talking about Israel coming to manage them. You see the way they're wiping them.
Now one and the same.
That is exactly what they need. But for anybody who thinks he wants to go and rehabilitate them, you can go ahead. But the cost is not the same.
Well, even the little rehabilitation they've done is causing problem among the troops, because they even took some, they absorbed some into the army. And of course, that is where whom the problem is, because they are giving information out to these insurgents. So the army is not even one because of these people they rehabilitated and put into the army. How can you rehabilitate a northern Nigerian Hamas? It's not possible.
No, one man should go and do that. You are talking about religion.
I still feel that.
One man is
I
not
feel
religion. It's a way of life.
it's not a way of life now
It
because
is a way of life.
well,
Because
well, no, it's a recent phenomenon now, so it cannot be a way of life.
They shouldn't be, the political leaders shouldn't be condoning it. They have to rally around and make sure they nip it in the bud. But they have their hands in it. And of course,
But
this
there's
government
a
has promised
cultural
that they will be exposed.
there's a cultural acceptability also.
Do you know
I
a
remember
Palestinian
the
has
last
been
thing
arrested of late? Who
amongst
is,
them.
of course, a financier, a Palestinian. Though he carries a Nigerian passport, claimed he was born in the northern Nigeria. But he is a Palestinian.
Palestinian or Lebanese?
Palestinian. So quietly they are rounding them up, and we will start hearing names, because the problem this government faces right now is that we are 18 months to election. Anybody they bring in now, they will put political coloration to it. Oh, is it because it's your opponent? Is it because it's in opposition? This is one of the problems they will use in harassing the government. And the government is slowing down on that, but rather they, of course, and if whether they giving them the Israeli treatment or the Israeli involved in meting out the treatment, I'm all for it 100%. We want peace in that region, because if we are using little resources we have to sponsor a covert war for which we don't even know if it's going to have an end. Because since the time of Jonathan, we've been expressing this in one form or the other. Buhari, 8 years, condoned it entirely for 8 years. Now we are into this government, and there is a limit to what we can endure.
Let me say something. This thing you just said now, when you take this thing, any day woman takes this thing to the back, I know they want to hear it, they will still hear it anyway, but when he take it to the back, I will tell you people what they called me and told me about one of my professors in the university. They got him now. I almost fainted. A Palestinian. He's been in the US for 50 years. I couldn't, I was screaming off my head. One man wants to rehabilitate. I wish him luck.
I don't want to use the hard word. This rule it's not possible to rehabilitate them. You understand? It starts international dimension. So somebody is feeding it, or a group of people are happy that they are being fed. It's an industry of its own, and they are happy doing it. Can you imagine this happening somewhere in other regions in Nigeria, and they will condone it? It will have come to an end long ago.
But it's happening in the southeast now.
The southeast thing is a different ballgame entirely. It doesn't have an international dimension. It's about
people are being killed differently. People are still being killed now.
That is Igbo on Igbo. Igbo on Igbo. You understand? And it's about political issues.
So what right might want to rehabilitate those ones too?
Well, those ones, out of all the three, actually, I think those ones are the most far gone, because they are fighting for something They are fighting for a nation state, which is, although that's what the Northerners are fighting for as well, isn't it?
What are they fighting for in the north?
Let me tell you.
They want an Islamic nation, don't they? Is that not what the overarching umbrella is? Is that not what the fight is? That they want an Islamic nation?
Look, wait, woman. This is my take. In the north, if they want an Islamic state, already they are applying Sharia laws. They are using penal code and not our own constitutional law. You get my point? So they are 1/3 of the way through. Let them show their hands. They have representative in the National Assembly. Let them put a bill down. Let them put a bill to the House and declare their intentions in total. So I don't think anybody will want to oppose that.
Baba.
Yes, ma'am.
You see, when I started this thing, I made a comment. I said, who we call them, who we then listen to, we then answer. And I ended up saying, it is a way of life.
I agree with you to some extent because the genie is out of the bottle.
Yeah. And the same thing I said, you cannot bring 3 of them together. And you say, because these people get rehabilitation, these people should get, they cannot be rehabilitated. Niger Delta is a total different ball game. They have their kings. They have their elders. Those boys in Niger Delta, they did not align with international communities.
But the bandits in the north have leadership too now.
Wait now, calm down. I'm coming. Let me explain to you. They lay down what they want. Their elders saw that what they are looking for. In fact, if I may say, is the anger of their elders that sprung up that thing, if I may say. So it's not the other way around. It's not that those boys started it, then the elders came. It's the anger and the maltreatment of their kings and the queens and their elders and their mentors that when they go to talk, they were not being listened to. They came back with anger. It was actually what prompted that movement. And when the fight was going on and they were calling, they called for shall everybody, oh yeah, sit down, let's talk. It's a give and take. At the end of the day, they came to a compromise. Everybody had to compromise something. They found something in the middle. And everybody, they didn't, even as I speak to you, they still don't have much.
No,
honestly,
they don't have much.
They didn't still have that much, but they calmed down. Why? Because they never even had this before. So at a point, their elders said,
okay. Quick question. So, do you guys think that those child soldiers in the Congo, right, where they've been fighting for over 30 years, right? Do you think those little children from 8 to whatever 12 years old before they were conscripted into the militia, do you think those kids they can be rehabilitated? Do you think they can?
The child soldier.
Hold on, let him land.
Do you guys?
Let him land.
One
I have
second.
an answer to him.
And also, do you guys consider that these young children in the north, right? They were told whatever reason they were fighting for, right? And but as young children, they are more malleable. Now, if they get older, don't you think the opportunity to rehabilitate these kids is much better than when they were just much younger and they were told what to do, whatever reason, religious reason? That's why they're fighting. I mean,
you see,
look,
are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's finished.
Okay.
I want to answer his
You
question,
see,
maybe.
when I discuss things, I don't like going on about the whole place. Congo is war. We are not talking about war. The time I checked, there is no war in Nigeria. There is post-traumatic whatever syndrome after war. It can be handled. They treat that one. That one is war. So
Madam,
let me
sorry.
finish.
One
Bringing
second.
Congo into this discussion is going on about the
hold
progress.
on, madam. You see, every time I bring up this rehabilitation thing, you go around for the different reasons why people are doing what they're doing. Religion, economic opportunity, war, and all these things. But when it comes to rehabilitation, I'm not a psychologist. I'm talking more of a state of mind, the psyche of these people. And I know there are professional ways to go about trying to rehabilitate people based on the horror or the condition they've gone through. So unless you're trying to discount the profession of maybe counseling or trying to rehabilitate people, then that's one thing. But whatever the reason may be, unless you're telling me flat out that religion, anyone that's fighting a cause for religion cannot be rehabilitated, then I guess you are right.
Okay, let me say this. I know there are some people who are Igbos that are listening. In Igbo land, there is something we see as two different types of madness. They said, when your madness takes you to the marketplace, it is no longer curable. Although they put some spiritual connotation to it. So when you have a family member, a friend, a relation, a loved one, a well-wisher that is mad, they try to restrict him and treat him within so that he will not have that space of going into the market to wander around. So any madness that gets into the market actually should not be discussed. You see that madness going on in the north is a madness that has entered the market. If I am a government of Nigeria and I have anything to do to them, I repeat myself again, and I stand by my word. If you call me 20 years, God keeps me alive, I will still say what I'm saying. They don't need rehabilitation. They need to be handed over to Israel for proper management.
They need elimination.
You know, if a white person was answering this question, I believe a Westerner, I think they would not draw that such a stark conclusion as you are, Madam Zita, because they really believe in an empirical process of trying to deal with matters. You
Why
are
didn't
writing
they
them
do
off.
it? Why are they not doing it in the Middle East? Hello? Hello?
In what regards? In the Middle East? Well,
So
they're
why are
not.
they not giving them rehabilitation in the Middle East?
Which part?
Hello?
Are you
Are
talking?
you
Are
still
you
there?
talking about the Palestinian, or what are you? What exactly are you talking
just
about?
said something.
No, in
I
the Middle
said,
East,
listen
it's
to
the.
me. Listen to me. And listen very carefully. I repeat, listen to me and listen very carefully. Don't make nonsense of what I have just said. I said, and I repeat myself again, that madness going on in the north that is spreading the whole of Nigeria do not need rehabilitation because it cannot be rehabilitated. They need
you said it 5 times now. Let somebody else present.
Let me
You
finish what I
cannot
say.
you cannot eliminate it. So you have to reorient. You have to reorient it. It's an ideology now. Yes.
Woman, see, this has international connection. We know what Al Qaeda is, even though if we may not know exactly what ISWAP is.
They got Osama bin Laden. Did that stop anything?
Yeah, it did not stop it. It slowed it down, even if it didn't nip it in the bud. You get my point, and that's why it has to spread.
Thank you, one man.
They
I'm
trade
very
in
glad
terror.
you mentioned that. That means
You
you
get,
understood what I am saying. You said they killed Osama
No,
bin Laden.
Baba,
It did
we're
not
not
stop it.
talking about
So usually
rehabilitation
what
in the
I'm
process.
saying,
You know,
hold on.
if you're trying to rehabilitate
Please let me
someone,
answer one
you
man.
have to
Please
break
hold
the
on.
chain.
One man, that way it means you understood what I'm saying, that it is a way of life. So we continue giving them the Israeli management.
In perpetuity.
of course, Israel has been at
in
it since the
perpetuity?
Second World War.
Well,
One
so that
man,
is to tell you that it's a failed technique, isn't it?
it's
You
not
can't
a
do it in
failed.
perpetuity. It's
Listen,
a
one man.
battle of the mind, not a battle of the body.
Actually, that's a good point. Actually, that's a really good
This
point
man,
because hold on, that is really treatment you're talking about. In regards to the Hamas or the Palestinian, according to the record, based on what is going on recently, right? The more they tie these people, the more they grow in numbers, or they increase the number of this terrorists, if you want to call them that, or these militants in Hamas and the Palestinians. So this Israeli treatment really can only fuel more of these militants from different parts of the north joining if they truly believe in the ideology. That's how strong the ideology could be. So if you're making a case for the Israeli treatment, it hasn't been proven as a real breakthrough or a system that actually quells what you're talking about. It's well documented, actually, and it's a recent documentation I'm talking about. So yeah. So again, regardless of if they connected internationally or not, the question really goes around these children that were captured when they were much younger, when they knew no better, and they were fed with a bunch of lies and some dogma, and now they become something else. Many of these kids they're still growing, but it comes to a point in time they're more likely to grow out of that ideology somewhat, or they can easily be convinced to China or to take a different route in their life. So I believe that rehabilitation is a possibility, although it may be much arduous task than maybe trying to rehabilitate a South Side person or maybe an IPO person, because maybe religious the religious connotation to it makes it more harder and longer. But to discount that, the only way out of it is to use the Israeli treatment. I don't think it's no, I don't think it's kosher. I don't think that's the only solution at all.
Okay, may I come in? And please, War Peace, make it interactive if you want to. You don't wait for your turn. See, what we don't realize here is that, look, it's not about the small operatives. It's about the head. When you cut off the head, you are cutting off the source of receiving their resources with which they unleash terror on a state. That is one. Two, most of them are child soldiers. And the danger in that, like in the Congo, is that child soldier, by the time he is 14, 16, he has already given birth and married in the bush. And what do you think that the child of that child soldier will be? Also will be a child soldier. So it's a vicious cycle that we are experiencing. And it's an urban warfare that's been unleashed on the people of northern Nigeria. And the elders, the political leaders of the north, are condoning it because it serves a selfish purpose. It serves their political purpose to unleash that kind of terror and unsettle any sitting government in Abuja. And this is what we are saying here, that such thing must not be condoned, must not have the cooperation of a government. Because it's not, we should not see it as an isolated case of a national disaster, but of international dimension. An external war is being brought in disguise into our land. If we still remain one, who are the people ordering this? Who are their local agents? Where are they getting their resources from? Boko Haram has a lot of pickup vehicles, brand new in some cases. These vehicles need fuel. They need spare parts. They need to be repaired when they're damaged.
Baba, I've often wondered about that. Their logistics. Where do they buy fuel from?
This is what I'm saying.
How do they? You have a convoy of about 200-300 motorbikes of bandits.
Exactly.
How do they go back?
You're getting my point.
One man, see, I said it before in your show many times. See, the reason why Boko Haram or these terrorists are alive and thriving has a lot to do with the Nigerian army or the Nigerian armed force, especially the army. Actually, that's the reason why. I said it before. The civilian government can be siphoning or stealing Nigerians' money, and you expect the military to do a good job. Okay, there's no doubt the military is helping these militants, these terrorists survive. Okay, they provide intelligence and maybe the vehicle or the spare parts. That could be also a deal that they are making happen. Okay.
Prince Daddy, ponder this point. When you are a soldier, a Nigerian soldier, you are a Muslim, and the imam who helped you to be recruited is preaching in support of the insurgents. What do? Do you still point your own rifle at this same insurgent? You have sympathy for them, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
So whether we want to admit it or not, we have a divided army.
You can call it divided or not. The people in charge and power are the one calling the shots. Okay, the whole thing has become a racket. It's a big business. The insurgency, the militancy is how the military fuel its budgets. That's how they get money. Also, keep in mind they are no more in power. They don't control any power in this democracy, so to speak. So that's the only way they can be allocated a bunch of money to fight insurgency or insecurity. I mean, if they did a good job and eliminate this Boko Haram or the terrorists, then what happens to them? What will be their source of income, revenue, big money?
You have a point.
Yeah, I've always said it. So there's nothing new in that regard. So how these people get their resources all funded, be it internationally or locally, and they get help is one thing. But the reason why I asked the question was to say it was all about this militants, these kids that are fighting. Many of them started really young, right? These kids, can they be reoriented or rehabilitated is the question. And what I'm sensing here is that, look, because what they're fighting for, the reason why they're fighting is it has a strong religious connotation. Therefore, it is impossible, according to you, Baba, and Madam Zita. And I'm saying, I don't think so. I think it may take a much longer time to get reorientated.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I said something the other time. You tried to mess around with it. You used the word rehabilitation. And I asked a question. If you think that they actually need to be rehabilitated, and if they do, if you think so, and you believe they need it, because you believe that if they rehabilitate them, it will work, at least to some extent, some of them will get it. The question I'm asking you now is, what is happening in the Middle East? Have you been following it? If you have been following it, and I asked a question, I said, if they can be rehabilitated, and you and I know that word rehabilitation is not our language. It's the language of the West. If they can be rehabilitated, why is the Western culture, why are they not rehabilitating the ones in the Middle East?
Madam, no one is trying to rehabilitate them.
Hold on now, calm down. So I want to connect this thing I just said now to the first question I asked you. Have you been monitoring what is happening in the Middle East?
But you are comparing apples with oranges now.
Hold on. It's the same thing. Those people in the northern
not
Nigeria.
The same thing.
Hold on, please, one man. I've been following that thing bomber to bomber. That is something, if I speak about it in the global platform like this, some people might come for my head. I'm been monitoring it bumper to bumper. So don't worry. Let me say what I want to say, the much I can say. I know I talk a lot of gibberish, but let me say my gibberish. Now, the first question I asked you, have you been monitoring it? And then I asked you, why are they not rehabilitating them? You said you've been monitoring it. Do you know the story of what happened in Ireland? Of the people that were lifted from Gaza, well, let me use your word, for rehabilitation in Ireland. You are following the story, so I don't need to tell you the story of what happened. That they have to bring them back to Gaza now. Let me repeat this again. That thing is a way of life. It has nothing to do with religion or culture. It's a way of life.
But now, simply
And they don't
relocating
need to
people.
be rehabilitated.
I hear your question, but simply relocating people to a different place does not
It's
connote.
not relocation. You don't. That means you are not following what is happening. I leave it for you. Don't worry.
Did you say the mass whatever in Ireland?
It's a bit vague anyway, and maybe not everybody knows that specific example, but the fundamentals are that, you know, these people are indoctrinated. I actually think that the northern situation is more rehabilitative. It's easier to rehabilitate. Yeah, I couldn't find that word, so I had to pivot to another. Yeah, it's easier to rehabilitate than the people from the creeks. Because what it's just religion and dogma, isn't it? And it's an interpretation of but it's an interpretation. Yeah, but it's an interpretation, isn't it? So it's not as embedded as because for me the what goes on in the creeks is more like a deliberate. It's a decision to act in that manner. But what goes on in the north is an act of not knowing. You know, they don't know any better, and they've been brainwashed. But the people in the weeks, yeah.
Yeah, so let's say there comes another Islamic leader, just like Babar and the rest. They have different sects or different division in the Islamic religion as they do in Christianity, right?
And interpretation too.
So okay, good. So they have the Sunnis, the Shia, the Islamia, the Saruddins and whatnot. They have them all. So let's say another leader came amongst them, the Islamic people, and begin to spread or teach a different Islam to them. You don't think that's a viable way to go around trying to rehabilitate these people or show them a different path?
But unfortunately, Prince Daddy, these same people that are supposed to aid the government in doing that are also part of the problem. Do you understand? They are part of the problem.
Yeah, you're right. But my question is asking more. Is not esoteric. It's more like it's a general question about reorientation. I know that I'm not arguing against the challenges and the resistance about what is going on right now. I'm not arguing about that. Those elements being at play. Of course, it's hard to reorientate or rehabilitate these people. I know that, but in a more general sense. And again, what really spawned the question that I asked was because you guys said the Southside people can be reorientated or rehabilitated, and not these people. And I'm trying to make a point that I think it is possible they can be. They can go through the same process also, but maybe it takes longer. But I don't think because it's religious based, that means they can be discounted, and the only solution is the Israeli approach, as you guys are suggesting.
Look, Prince Daddy, there is a side issue here, which is about sociology. These child soldiers, for instance, they are into the glamour of terrorism already. You know what I mean by glamour of it, showing themselves on cyberspaces. You understand, brandishing an AK-47. There is also the allure of getting free mind-altering substance. So they are out of their mind entirely. Take, for instance, a year ago, about 20 or so women left an ID camp IDP camp in the north say they are not satisfied with that idle life they are living, and they walk into Sambisa for it to meet their husband. What does that tell you? There is a collaboration and cooperation of most of the people in that region. They condone it. They allow it. This is what we are talking about. That is why at times I take a nonchalant stand against what is happening there, as far as it doesn't trickle down to my own side of the south. Because if they are destroying themselves and their youth population onto them, as far as I'm concerned, because I don't see reason why people will open their eyes in this age and time of when people are advancing technologically and they say this is what they want. I mean, let's ponder it. We've been at this thing now for about 2 decades. The same thing every time. It's a cycle, a vicious one.
You see. Sorry, Baba.
Yeah, go ahead, woman, please.
No, I was just going to say why I'm insisting that there are more. There's more susceptibility to reorientation within that space. It all wraps. There are 2 things in place, and there are 3 things in play. There's the money, which you've just said now, Baba. Those kids now, they've tasted the allure, the luster of that life of what money brings and all of those. So maybe those ones are too gone. Maybe those ones should get the Israeli treatment. But in terms of, and there should be an interception between those people being radicalized. Before those people are radicalized, there should be an interception. And what we have in northern Nigeria is in Nigeria we have 2 strands of Islam. Let's just start from there. We have 2 strands of Islam. We have the Sunni, and then we have the Shiites. So the Shiites are the Iranians, the Lebanese, but essentially it comes out of the Iranian cusp. But you have the Lebanese and all of this sort of all of those sort of space. I think there are about 4 or 5 countries that follows that Wahhabi but the abundance of Islam, a good 80-90% of Islam is Sunni, which is the Saudi Arabian inflection. So within that Sunni strand of Islam, there are different subsects as well. You have the Ahmadiyyas and all of these sort of spaces, but the puritanical right-wing strand of that religion is something called Wahhabism, and that Wahhabi sort of inclination is what really holds the north. And if you are looking for violence within Islam, it usually wraps around that Wahhabism. So that is really where they should attack. They should attack the Wahhabism in the northern space and bring a more moderate, more peace-oriented sort of Islam into that space. So that's where the intervention is. That's where the reorientation, I feel, should take place.
Well, woman, why it's not easy? You get my point. Even the British, when they came in and colonized us, the form of government they used in the north, was it not different from what they did in the south or in the east? Because it's the way they met them. They are honed already in their ways. And they also see this terrorism as a political tool. So if the mix is a dangerous mix religion, politics, and socialism all into one. So if it sparks, and it had already sparked decades ago, and there's no end in sight. And I think that's why I use the word the genie has been let out of the bottle. They themselves will be asking themselves, That's what did we create? Look, in the 80s, we had the Mitasini and one or two other insurgency, but they were very small, easy, no political connotation to it, no social connotation, just strictly religion. And they were nipped in the bud immediately. But this one is a dangerous mix, coupled with the international dimension also. That is why it's so volatile. And we have to be very careful.
But
Very,
but
very
Baba,
careful.
we have to do the heavy lifting. We cannot continue to we can't continue this Israeli treatment or the Israeli angle that Zita was advocating. So you go and you buy a whole bunch of them, and then for the 10 that you buy, that another 100 comes through. It's the same narrative in Israel now with the so you can't.
No, no.
It's a
What Gumi was one
there has
man.
to be
What Gumi
there has
was
to be
saying, one man.
a mind shift in the north. It's really what we're looking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
carry on.
what Gumi is saying. They are not after everybody. If you listen to what the NSA had been saying in the last 1 year, he gave a list of their head. The doctrine is that once you cut off the head, the body will die a natural death. Even if it start to wriggle his body in throes, it will be death throes. That is the Israeli treatment, Gumi, because he knows
But
definitely that
sorry,
if his
Baba,
name, yes,
that
no, let me just
doctrine.
finish that point. If your name is on the bullet as a religious counter-terrorist leader, they will get you. So he's afraid. Carry on, Patoski, please.
Okay. Can I? Yeah, you see, Baba, that doctrine is right. If you cut off the head, the rest of the body will die. That's nature. But it's not necessarily true with respect to social system like group. If you cut off the head, they might even go into splinter group, and each splinter group will now recruit their own followers and they will multiply. That's
Unless
if
if
you
it's
look at the history of
hydra-headed.
if
We
it's
saw that
only
with
one
Al
head.
Qaeda now. We saw that with Al Qaeda.
No, Baba, where one man. Even if you look at the history of the church, you took their leader, Christ died, resurrected, went away. You had 12. You started killing those apostles. Each of them have apostles and disciples. The period, the highest period of spread of Christianity was during the persecution when they were killing them.
Sorry,
They
Patoski.
scattered.
Aro, please come on
That
board
is
now.
true.
I'm
That is
okay.
true.
Alafia.
They scattered, and then they take their doctrines to different places. If you Al-Qaeda, the reason why you have Al-Qaeda presence in the northern Israel is because they were displaced. They killed their leader in the Middle East. They scattered. And one of the places they could go to is our Sahel. In that Sahel, you have several groups. So that's one danger that is there. There are two ways that we can solve these problems. One, this your approach is one of them. Cutting off the head, that will give us respite. You understand? Before the new head could regroup and gather his people and now consolidate and strike deals. Because the new head had to strike deals. If I am a businessman that I'm using a head and then they kill the person, I'll look out for the next person or people that I want to continue my business. So we look for the source of the business.
Patoski, they're well-structured organization, just like, the head or the heads already there to replace whomever is taken out. You know that. It's like we're structured, regardless of their crudeness
Yeah,
in killing and whatnot.
they have sequence. Exactly. They have sequence, and the people that are funding them, maybe who are interested in the gold, they will look for the next person that will continue. But we have two options. Look for the source, their market, look for the head they can use. But we need to improve education in the south, in the north. They need to be more educated. We need to make sure that out of school children reduce, we need to give them re-education. And I'll tell you why. One man, when Azan came here the last time, he mentioned something. He said what really bothers him most in the north now is the rate at which northerners are switching to atheism, agnosticism, atheism. That is so alarming. And I told him that it's not only in the north. Most Islamic country that is happening. And why? Because of internet. Islam is a religion that is mostly Arabic. So non-Arabic countries, don't even understand the Quran. They don't understand the Hadith. They just memorize it. They don't understand it. Now, you have the English translations and they are available on the internet. You have the Hadith English translations available on the internet. They could search them up. So both Muslims and non-Muslims are now interested in those literatures. If you go online now, there are more Muslim apologists and Christian apologists or even atheism trying to scrutinize Islam. The amount of light that has been shed on Christianity in scrutinizing the Christian literature in the last 2,000 years, Islam had been free from that because the Christian literature has already been available in multiple languages. So people can say this is wrong, this is wrong, this is not Bible, this Bible is fake. But now, Quran is now available in English, it's available on the internet. The Hadith is available in English, available on the internet, and there are more Christians, more academics putting their light there. And there have been so many assertions from the academia disproving that there was even somebody that is called Muhammad. So you can imagine that kind of question. Whereas before you could not even write an article about Muhammad without getting scared. Now their children are reading those things. They were prevented from reading those things before. Now their children are reading those things. And the only thing they could do is become atheists because they could not become Christians. So what we need is give them education in the North. Give them that's why those people say Western education is haram. They have a strategy. They know that one of the biggest threat to that religion is education, enlightenment. Is enlightenment.
Right.
And that
So,
is the truth.
actually,
So
Baba
we
and
need to
Sister,
approach it both ends. Israeli treatment, while we are doing
no,
this one. In
the
another
Israeli
10 years,
treatment,
15 years,
Patoski,
you will
1
see
second.
some
The
changes
Israeli
in the
treatment
North.
you're talking about, Baba and Sister, the Israeli treatment you guys are talking about, may not be working actually in the Mid East. Why? Because if you look at what Netanyahu and the Israelis are trying to do right now, then you understand. Why do you think right now they're trying to bulldoze and flatten Gaza and really displace, if you want to call it that, and get rid of the Palestinians away from there? Why do you think they're trying to do that? Now, if that's the real Israeli plan, if you want to do that in the north, then that is fine.
No,
That will work.
they are not trying to displace the people. Gone. You see, the Israeli one has to do with land and people.
No.
But this one, you are trying to fight the terrorists that either foreign or foreigners coming to recruit your people. It's easy to fight. It's easy to fight. If tomorrow the people of Gaza decide to fight Hezbollah,
but yeah, but now we're talking
let me
about
give you this example, Papa. One man, Crown Prince Daddy. If today the people of Gaza decide, okay, we have Hezbollah presence in our midst and we don't want them, it will be easy to get rid of them within Gaza than going into Lebanon. Israel is trying to get rid of terrorists in Gaza. If the terrorists are within our country and they are not necessarily our people, they are either foreigners trying to recruit our people or some of our people, it's easy to get rid of them. We are not trying to occupy any land. We are not
now
trying to take any people.
the Israeli have found out that look, as they kill this Palestinian, the Hamas leaders, their ability to recruit more followers is so tremendous that they, I think, have decided that it's better to get rid of these people from this region. Actually, they find it out themselves. So that's the point I'm making. That you can only do that, killing their leaders for so long. They have a structure, they have a way of recruiting and conscripting these people, and because they have this dogma and ideology that they're fed with.
Exactly.
So they have decided, the so-called Israeli treatment you guys are talking about, the Israelis have decided that they don't want the Palestinians there anymore in Gaza. They don't want them anymore. They say it all the time. Say, take them to, I don't know, to America, take them to England. And the leaders say it all the time. And people are trying to use the word ethnic cleansing and all this genocide to describe what they're doing, but they don't want them anymore because they know they are turning their flesh. I mean, Israel is the most superior military, just like you guys know. They're most superior, they're much better tactically than the Hamas, militants. But nonetheless, it seems not to be working along well because they always regroup and come back and do terror. Look at the October 7th. That was the answer of being quiet for a little while before they regrouped and came back.
All right. So there it is. We never even got into the subject matter that we came here to discuss. But
Woman, I want to ask you a question. Please, don't be angry. I just need a simple answer. How many groups are doing that thing in the north? That's shenanigan.
well, they're countless now because there are splinter groups of splinter groups. So I
So
couldn't give you
what is their common interest?
well,
What are they fighting for? That should
the
be the question.
the overarching argument is that they want a Nigeria that is based around puritanical Islam. So that's their cover story. But the actual reason is more resource grabbing, land grabbing and all of those sort of things. But yes, that they want Nigeria to be an Islamic state under a puritanical interpretation of Islam.
So that's what they're fighting for.
Yes, that's what they said now. They said they want to dip their Quran in the sea. So that is
So
to tell you then they want to rule Nigeria up from the north all the way to the coast.
Okay, so even you that is agitating for their rehabilitation, not too sure what they want. How about now?
No, that's
You
been
should be sure of what they want.
no. We are sure now. They tell you Boko is Haram, Boko Haram. They tell you Western education is sacrilege, and that is to tell you then that enlightenment is anatomic to their life philosophy, which
Okay,
lends to that period.
enlightenment.
Yeah.
Excuse me, one man. Somebody told you that education is haram.
Yes.
And then the person is making a video holding Mbodike like a gun in his hands, and then is speaking through a video, is talking on a phone, and he still tell you that his mission is education is a haram. And how did all those things come about? Maybe they don't understand what education is, because if you see education as school, then you don't understand what education is. So for somebody to be using those things and stay telling you that his problem is education, then you and him are not sure of what you guys want. So I still insist, Tinubu should hand them Israeli for proper management. Period.
Yeah, but that's ongoing anyway. We know who the new NSA leader. They're already getting what's due them in in the plentiful. That narrative is not dissimilar to what's going on in the southeast. So the catch-all narrative of the southeast is that releasing and the Kanu were fighting for Biafra, but the actual intent of these people is savage. Is not even savagery. It's just really banditry for money. They're just kidnapping and banditing for money under
So now
the
you're going back to that is way of life.
no, it's not a way. How can it be? It's not a way of.
It's a way
How
of
can it be a way of life?
Okay, let me explain why I said it's a way of life. Can you give me a minute? You
Carry
see,
on.
criminality is a way of life. So that you find one criminal doesn't mean all the criminals need rehabilitation. It doesn't even mean that if you rehabilitate all of them, the criminality will stop. That's why I said that thing is a way of life. So the answer to it is to find them any area where the pie is intensified, it go mellow. Okay, that area go mellow. Another area that is not ready, like Nigeria now, is not ready to handle their criminality. The day they are ready to handle it, everybody go do all right. In fact, we won't be here discussing it. Trust me. That doesn't mean it will stop. Oh. They will keep coming until when you dismember them, like Israel don't do. You go send me. They will let her come up again. But you keep giving them. That's why we have police, we have army, we have law enforcement agencies, because they know, the world know that they will keep coming. Period.
All right. All right. Do you have any thoughts on the headline on the screen now, Zita? Diaspora inflow hits $600 million monthly. It's a quantum leap, about 200% leap within 2 months. So what are you making of that? That those small change that you've been sending to Nigeria is now amounting, and they have the estimation, by the way, that by next year it will be $1 billion a month.
I think that thing is underestimated.
You mean the uncaptured amount is probably even higher than the captured amount?
It's higher now, Haba. It's higher.
But that's not calculatable. That is the informal
why did
one.
I say it's higher? You know, they can only track the ones that pass through the network.
They're done electronically.
Yes, the ones where we default for envelope.
That's the informal one.
Also, you see my
give this to Auntie Shade. Yes.
Make sure you hand them over to her. The moment you give them, tell her, make him call me. Those ones are not being calculated. They can't see them anyway.
Not only that one, the one that you give somebody here, they will credit to Naira in Nigeria. That one cannot be calculated now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's another
form. Yeah, that one is true too. I used to do it for my former colleagues, their children in the US. I used to give them that money. Then their father, we put it the other side. So it's yeah, you are very right. They don't know that one. That's why I'm saying it's kind of, if they can track this amount, then probably.
Do you think diaspora remittances actually sustains the Nigerian economy more than oil revenue?
One man, if you look at Nigerian economy is one funny economy that you really need to take time to study it. Why do I say that? I have never seen a country so looted, so vandalized, and people are still inside of it, making money and making name. Nigerian economy, when you want to go in economics, macro and micro, actually what keep Nigerian economy is the market. Not the market as far the market, the GDP and BB. No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about our open market in our villages, in our cities. Mama don't go buy ogo from the farmer. It don't come rich market. It don't sell them to another seller that will now say to another seller that will now cut it into pieces and put on the table. Actually think that's what keeps Nigerian economy. And again, these little transactions that some people, you will sit down in your house and say, how can a woman selling ugu in the market send a child to school? I've seen it happen. Cut ugu. The boy he ended up schooling in the University of Texas. A brilliant child. So
plenty now.
You will be wondering, but do you know why? Those monies are monies that Nigeria is a very interesting country. The government do not see that money. Those monies are not taxed. Nothing happens to that money. That money is being spent by who made it, who acquired it, how he acquired, when he acquired it, and how he or she wants to spend it.
Zita, let me help you. Have you seen the woman selling maybe ugu, and when you call, I want to buy ugu, and the woman will come out wearing a wig? It could be low end though, but it's a wig. It costs money, and she's looking good. And we
Talking
yet we
about
talk
that,
about
if I say
hunger.
something here, you people will laugh off your head. What man, Nigerian economy? I
It's
remember
a
one
funny
woman.
economy.
Do you know what they call bole?
Yeah.
You people
Roasted
call it
plantain.
roasted plantain. In Yoruba land, you people do roasted plantain with granite.
We
In
call it
River
bole.
State,
Bole and ekpa.
bole. In River State, they call it bole, and it's well made. It's a street food, but very delicious. They roast the plantain, they roast the yam, they make a sauce, a palm oil sauce. This woman in those days used to stay in that, what do they call it? Rumumasi Road. He says, Bole, if you want to borrow, you need money. You want to borrow 1 million naira. Then, I'm not exaggerating. Go and tell her and tell her the interest you want to give her. She go wire and count and give you. The day one of my cousins, one of my colleagues had something, and we have to see this woman. They say she's sick. We went to her house where she was living inside the ghetto. 2-bedroom with 11 children and her husband. You could barely breathe. But this is a woman. You say you want 600,000, you go open them for her papa give you.
Plenty.
So it is one man. The economy is not.
It's funny.
It's not the way an economist will look at it. If an economist
Let me tell you, Zita, how the World Bank described Nigerian economy during Abacha's time, when Nigeria was treated as a pariah and a lot of sanctions here and there. They said they are surprised. They visited Nigeria against all their calculation. They find people drinking beer 11 o'clock in the morning. And this thing is not working. These people, yeah, they're drinking beer. People a country that is a pariah and heavily sanctioned, drinking beer in the morning, 11 a.m.
You know, I had an argument with
Let,
one.
let, let me play you this clip, Zita, to what you are saying about that woman in River State somewhere. It's a vague connection, but I'll make the connection in a moment. It's a funny little clip, but there's something that I spotted when I watched it. Watch this.
Okay, so what's your name? My name is Peter Wanko. What do you do for a living? I'm just managing wheelbarrow work. Okay. So like, how much do you make in a day? I used to make like 5K at times 4,000 in a day.
Mm-hmm.
So are you single or you are married? I'm single. So now I'm giving you an offer now. You take this 50,000 naira, hold the money, maybe you say, we take this 50,000 naira, or come. You take these two beautiful ladies. Come, David, get me out, man, no. Turn around for him. Oh my God! You take these two beautiful ladies, or you take this 50,000 naira now, where I won't give you now. Leave them before you decide. Which one you go take?
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
I would like to take 2 of them. Oh.
Jesus.
You leave the 50,000? Yes. Why? Oh, these 2 girls are too fine for me. I need a woman for my life. You feel handle the 2 of them? Why? I feel handle them. Wait. Might give you another offer. 100,000 naira. Hold on, me send every money. 100,000 naira or the 2 ladies. Decide well, 100K for these 2 ladies. I'm not after this money. I collect these 2 ladies.
You be fool.
Oh, all right. The guy kept on increasing the amount, and the other guy kept on insisting that he will take the girls rather than the money. So there are 2 things that struck me when I saw this particular clip. And why I'm really bringing it up is that woman that you said was selling bolly, but what she had in a wrapper will probably buy your house. You know, this guy, he said, how much are you making? He said, I'm making between 4,000 to 5,000 naira a day. So now, let's say he works a 5-day week. It almost actually will work maybe a 7-day week, but let's say he works a 5-day week.
6 days.
So
6 days. 6 days.
Let's say he works a 6-day week.
That's
so
30,000 in 1 month.
Yes,
that's 120. no
Yes,
tax.
how many middle management people in Nigeria, they will go to the market and treat him like shit. He earns more than they do, you know.
Yeah.
So that's the
That's
thing,
why
isn't
he's
it?
saying that the money.
It's taking 120 a month untaxed on anything. He'll probably use what 200 to eat because people like this, they always eat. They will combine beans with yam. You know, he will eat one solid meal for 500 naira, and then you know. But the other half that struck me actually, he was willing to give up the money for the girls because he knows that under no circumstances would they have been able to get that level of woman. But you know, that's it. But
And
what struck me was how much he was earning.
again, he makes that money. He makes that money. He's not offering him enough. He makes that money. So the job he's doing to make that money, normally those girls, he cannot get those girls. So if somebody is giving him those girls for the money he makes, he will prefer to take those girls. Do you understand what I'm saying? He makes, how can you give him 50,000 now? That's what he makes in 5 days or in 6 days or thereabout. This one he's saying 5,000. That's a lie. They make up to 7,000 or 8,000.
Yes, because what they charge you what about 3 to 500 a pop, and you don't really consider 500 naira money.
I know these people, woman,
yeah.
they do a job every day. They do a job every day. That's why they are rich. But we look them common because of the wear ragged clothes and things like that. They have money.
You know, Baba, I was even giving consideration to these cattle herders. You see a little boy rolling about 7, 10 cattle down the road. That's about 15 million, 20 million naira right there. That little boy is just, and you just shout, get out of here. What is the asset that is just commanding right in front of you? Is more than your annual salary. How much is a cattle? Is what 1 point something million, and the guy is rolling about 10 cattle, and you're trying to do big man with him. Even what is in front of him is more than your annual salary. You know, the average Nigerian. You know, so a lot of this hidden wealth that people don't give consideration to.
Woman, do you know the one I encountered? I had a long conversation with him because while I was in Nigeria, I don't eat the normal. I eat millet a lot. That's what I use as my fufu. If I want to eat fufu, I use millet for a lot of things. So this boy has mastered the techniques of milling them for me and separating them and adding whatever I want to add inside. I will just send my girl, go there, buy the millet, give him, even when the girl did not complete it. So one day I sat him down, we started talking. 500 naira, 200 naira, 100 naira. That's what he has. About 3 different machines that mill different things and blend different things. Do you know that this boy told me that sometimes he was counting money? It was in the evening. He was counting how much, how they used to make it. I was like, how much do you make in a day? This guy told me sometimes 12,000 naira. I was like, what? For this machine? Okay, I said, okay. How often the machine do they go bad? He said, no.
No, it's just the belt.
Okay, you understand the story.
Then imagine that 12,000 naira, and it doesn't pay tax, so maybe pay some stipend to whatever ticketing the local government
you've not
has.
had the last of the story. The machine actually uses old engine oil. That's what the machine.
And they will go and rent one room. What do they do with their money is what puzzles me. They would dress shabbily.
They build a lot of bungalows. So
they build houses.
in those rural areas, they build houses.
They
look,
build houses.
you don't know what's going on in Nigeria.
They build houses, so
Hmm.
there is one I know, he built house in Obibo then. Then he bought a land and built a all the way. It's not like a beautiful, but he built something him and his brothers were living in there. 5-bedroom bungalow.
Face me and face you. What's their own wahala? They don't get problem. Build shop for front. Money don't come with that.
I
Why you are
often wonder, Baba, I often wonder if that is a happier life than this sort of life that we live, because their life doesn't restrict them from anything, but our lives restrict us from a lot, you know? And they
yeah,
have more
look,
options towards happiness
one
than
man, they are
we do.
happier. You understand? Look, if you go before they demolish under bridge in Ijora, if you see the nightlife there, they will not give it up for anything. People living under bridge with women of easy virtues, they have bar, they have everything. They have their own life and they live it. They are happy, happier than we even.
Because
Look, let me give you an
we have
example.
to keep up the pretenses. Yes,
Let me
okay,
give you a
carry on.
personal experience. I've said this story many times over the years, but some people don't get the essence of what keep relating. You see, my street in Accra is a very straight road. You enter from a T junction and you go to the main road. In the beginning, sharing fence with Ghana Farms, we have this huge mechanical workshop. Behind the workshop, there are kiosks they built. The mechanics, they stay in the kiosk with their wives and children. I came out of my gate and was driving. The T junction is about 100 meters away. Just few meters out of my gate, I saw somebody come out from that premises, from the kiosk, just having towel around his waist, a man. A woman with a tray coming with laden with goods, with a child behind her and holding one child. And the man stood right in the middle of the road. I was approaching them slowly and observing, and he spread his hand, and the wife just collapsed into his hand. And I said, in this place, these people still find love. I was really amazed. If I can draw,
honestly.
I will put it on a canvas, even tomorrow.
You're being mean.
You see, I was like amazed because I felt people living in the kiosk with child, everything. You would think it's a hard life. But see the man coming, saw the wife from afar and came right smack on the middle of the road, spread his hand, and the woman just collapsed into it. I was speechless. So they have a life, they are happier.
No, it depends,
In the modern world, you have to write your wife a proposal to give her a hug, and then she'll say, "What level of body contact are we talking about? Are we hugging shoulder to shoulder? Is this in the is this in the marriage contract?"
You see, woman, this thing you said now, if I will say there is something I miss about Nigeria, is that thing you just said. This attitude of asking somebody, can I hug you? Can I give you a hug?
Very regimented life, I mean.
A bleached life. In Nigeria, you see your sister crying, you grab her and hug her. In Nigeria, you see your friend you've not seen for a long time in the streets of Lagos, you scream her name and she will scream yours and you people will have a hug. In Nigeria, somebody do something nice for you, you just hug the person. But here, I'll have to take excuse from
If you do that,
to hug you.
If you do that here, strangers will call the police. If you say, Zita, Rebecca, and you run towards each other shouting, "Oh," strangers will call the police that there's unusual behavior going on here. Can you come quickly, please? We don't know.
And take
They
them
are
to the
black and
mental home.
they are black and they are loud and they are acting physical. Yeah, it's just my goodness me. You know, man. It's not a life for a human being living abroad anyway. We're not built for it. I
I'm
don't think.
telling you.
That's why at
No,
times when they
but I
say
introduced
poverty,
it in my
poverty,
family.
poverty, I just laugh.
I have to introduce it, and they started enjoying it. I introduced it. You come home, you fly all the way from Tromso to Chicago. You get a hug. Come on, man. You get a hug. They come to pick you at the airport. The moment you step out, the first thing you get is a hug, not to help you with your bag. I got to introduce it to. Honestly, sincerely
I
speaking.
remember last time I was in Nigeria, then they were telling me about all of the burger joints that they suddenly have, and they wanted to be taking me. They have burger where I came from now. Take me to that dirty place where I'm chasing flies with one hand and eating cholera with the other hand, and I'm looking forward to the toilet the next
Oh
morning
my
or through the
goodness.
night. That's what I'm. Who wants to go to Nigeria and eat chips? You know, even chips is poor man's food here now. So who wants to go to Nigeria and eat chips? You know, it's just ridiculous.
Oh
But
man, I
we don't
used
know
to.
how good we have it in that country.
No,
Woman, good morning.
that one, Sha,
Good morning to you, Simba.
I really do have
Yeah.
problem with the hygiene. It's actually a psychological something. Do you know what I used to do when I was in Nigeria? When I want to eat bole, I will send my girl to go and buy it. Because they make bench, they keep bench and table, and those flies will be no, and the people will be using their left hand and right hand and be knocking off the fly while they
Yes.
eat. I really do have problem with that. Not that I
Yes.
will not eat
But
it.
do you know that it has an advantage?
What is the advantage?
I couldn't eat it
Okay.
myself. I joke about
You
it, but I couldn't
know,
eat it. Yeah.
it has an advantage. That is why you see that even with all that debts and this thing, the rate of inflation is not that high. It's actually, it makes us to have a very high immunity. You understand? So we have immunity against most of these things that these people that are consuming it, do you see them having diarrhea or having any form of infection? And that's why when you
Simba,
see mad, yes,
Simba, you are truly a doctor. You know why I say this? Many, many years ago, you understand, I have this little kid. I had an Egyptian doctor, Dr. Dimitris. I'll never forget him in Apapa there. And for 2 days, this boy was not eating, always crying. The stomach was hard. And we took him to Dr. Dimitri. He said, well, after test, say you people are too clean. That's why this all pro. Say, look, keep his feeding bottle, let the milk ferment, and give him and let him purge. And that was the treatment. That's all. Fermented milk and he
probably
purged.
maybe he was suffering from constipation.
Yeah, he said we are too clean. So it's just in support of what you said about needing that.
And that is why you see, if you look at the West, especially people that are living in Western world, it's very common in Arabians here also. All this form of allergy, you see, this one cannot take cannot take beans, cannot take cheese, cannot take meat, fish, and all those. How many people do you see with all those kind of problems in Nigeria or in Africa?
Lactose intolerance and all
Lactose
this
intolerance and all
and all
those
this
useless things.
new psychedelic something or the other.
Even it's when I got to Europe that I got to know about lactose intolerance. In Nigeria, who counts? I don't even know what is fresh milk. In Nigeria,
it might exist. It might exist, but the rate is very, very low.
It's
Very low.
Sweetened milk, just drink sweetened milk. Nobody care about fresh milk. It's now when you get to here, you see this is lactose intolerant, this is pure milk, this is so many different kinds with
gluten free. Oh,
Yeah.
oh
You,
God.
Even
okay,
even
those
In
are the one
essence,
with
in essence, what we are saying is that yes, there is poverty, but people are getting by. It's been like that since I
there
was
is
born.
nothing that has an advantage, Baba, that doesn't have I mean, that have a disadvantage that doesn't have
Exactly.
an advantage.
Nigerians are
Yeah.
hardworking.
You
It's
know,
just that you have to
there
cut
was
your
a
coat
time we were
according to
having a
your cloth.
discussion, Baba. There was a time
Yeah.
we were having a discussion here, and we are discussing all those allergic diseases. And I told the guy who is an Arabic guy who was making the presentation, I said, well, in my own domain, we don't have this kind of problem. We rather deal with infection than allergy. And it's easier to manage infection than to manage allergic disease. Could you imagine somebody that cannot take any form of protein in his life? Any form of
That's
protein is
terrible. Yeah.
allergic to it.
Yeah.
You
There are
understand?
people like that.
There was a time a child was actually relocated from UK down to Nigeria because of, if you see the skin of this child, anything that child takes, he will react to it. Immediately the guy got to Nigeria and spent some weeks, everything just disappeared. Because all those deaths, all those things that we say, this environment is filthy, that we are exposed to, actually it stimulates a kind of reaction in our body that makes us stronger. So it's an advantage. Then talking about all those people that you are talking about, but Baba, why do you think with all the money that they are still making, why are they still poor? Because they are still poor, Baba. They are still poor. Why do you think they are poor?
Well,
Hey, Simba,
like I said, yeah.
but before you run
Yeah.
away with that question, Simba, my understanding, when the Europeans came to America, the Americas here, and they brought certain kind of I don't know, diseases or whatever, and a lot of the Native Americans died. Okay, a lot of them died.
Was that not
Okay,
smallpox? Was it smallpox?
I don't
It was a
the bubonic
Plague.
plague.
Was it plague?
a kind of a form of plague.
Well, not the bubonic plague. You know,
Not the bubonic, but a kind of plague.
but a lot of them died. So, and the Native Americans, you know, they live very, how do you say, traditionally, or I don't know, culturally. You know, they don't live as, you know, maybe closer to the Africans, I would say. But my point here is that even the Europeans, they came with certain strand of whatever they came with, and they were able to buy, or a lot of people died actually. So it's all, you know, this allergic stuff, depending on the environment where you live, it's all relative. Even here in America, right? Americans, when they move from one part of the country to another, they suffer from sometimes food allergies or even environmental allergies, which I had years ago. So sometimes, I mean, it could be this. You have to be used to the environment in which you grew up in. Yes, you know, the more you're exposed to all this kind of bacteria or whatever, may make your immunity stronger, but may not always be the case. Okay, it may not always be the case. I
No,
was
it's
just gonna
not.
make that
This
point.
one is not an anecdotal thing. It's something that. So what you are speaking to is something that has been proven scientifically. So it's not. It's not It's something that you are just speculating. Praise Daddy.
No,
You can search about it.
I know that. I'm not disputing what you're
Mm.
saying. I'm not, but I'm saying that sometimes the people that you think that they are so clean, they may be germaphobic as in their society, they're too clean, everything they disinfect. I'm saying that when other people that come to their environment, supposedly with stronger immunity, they too can be affected. You know,
You know, let me give you a very good example. You are in Nigeria. You are
Sorry, Simba.
okay.
Now you are here. Let me drop. You shut it down when you're done. I'll bring Oriola into the conversation when it's ready. The super chat of the day from Chioma. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to you, Simba.
Good
Okay,
night,
so
woman.
Praise Daddy, you are in Nigeria. You were in Nigeria before. Let me tell you now. If you go to Nigeria now, the kind of malaria that you have, it will be very serious compared to the people who are living in Nigeria. You know why? because you have lived in America, the immunity that you have already lost it. You know, you need to be constantly be exposing to these antigens, this infection constantly for you to maintain the immunity. If you leave that environment and go to another environment where those antigens or those infections are not common, you eventually, after a while, you lose that immunity that you have. So that will explain why some people, when they relocate to some other environment, they can have certain things that they don't used to have before.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that exactly happened to me. It did happen to me actually. Yeah, but it is true that what you are exposed to.
You
Um,
look at, somebody was making in the comment section. If you look at even the COVID-19, look at the way we handle it in, what do we even have in Africa? But how many people die from COVID-19? Look at the way people die from COVID-19 in the Western world.
but somehow, some way, the Western world, the Western people still have a longer lifespan than we do, with all our strong immunity. After all, at the end of the day, I think a lot of people die from malaria and perhaps dysentery, a lot in Africa. Okay, with our strong immunity, there are many more deaths from waterborne diseases that people die from. So what do you say about that? I mean, with all our strong immunity and environment, advantages, it's a lot of
Why
people are still
do
dying.
they die more? The reason is that the place you are now, there is what they call combat. They combat, they have the wherewithal to combat anything that comes to them. But where we are coming from, we don't have the wherewithal to combat whatever that comes on us. Because why? You can say COVID-19 killed them more than us. Yes, COVID-19 may be probably the weather and our lifestyle. It wasn't sustainable. But in the other way around, you can say that Ebola killed us more than them. So what am I saying in essence? They don't have
They don't.
immunity.
That's a comparison. Zita is not Ebola. They don't have Ebola at all. If they have Ebola, they also die the way we die from it. It's because it's not endemic in their area. They don't.
That's what
They
I'm
don't
saying,
have
and
it.
that's why I
Probably
gave.
10 times more, 10 times faster.
But didn't you notice that COVID-19 couldn't do that in Africa? You didn't notice that? It couldn't even
I
get to
was one that raised
pandemic.
it initially.
It couldn't get to pandemic. So why am I saying that? Yes, we have immunity. Immunity in the sense that it can withstand what it can withstand. But if this one it cannot withstand, it's going to run us over. But then, most times, the ones they can't even withstand, they combat it. So that's the difference. That's why there seems to
The
be
other
healthier
difference,
than we do.
most people, the infection kills more of children than adults. Most of our adults, they die from non-communicable diseases, non-infectious diseases, hypertension, diabetes, cardiac diseases, and all those things. And it's because of poverty and lack of, medical facilities that are actually responsible for that. So they live long
In the long run, what you're saying in essence is that a more structured society that's more innovative, the people, its citizens, are more likely to live longer than ours that just depend naturally on the environment. You
exactly,
know,
exactly,
okay.
exactly,
So
exactly.
yeah,
In fact, what I discover here is that diseases ordinarily that are supposed to have even killed somebody earlier in their childhood, people still survive it because they have the wherewithal to keep such people alive, irrespective of whether they are going to be useful to the society or not. Hello, can you hear me?
Is that why you
Yeah, I
people
heard it.
kept
Yeah, that is right.
is
Yeah.
that why you people kept a prince that had accident? He stayed extra 20 years before he died. Hmm?
Yeah,
Simba.
yeah. That actually, before there are a lot of diseases that say they are not compatible with life. But with the advent of technology, those people now, they keep them alive. But the question is that what is the quality of life of these people that are keeping? So it's just something they have to debate.
He slept for
So
20 years.
and takes a lot of resources.
So
It
you
takes a
people
lot of
kept him
resources.
sleeping for 20 years, doing nothing.
You mean
Now what?
Arafat?
Hmm?
You mean Arafat?
Yes, the prince. That I think he died early this year, right? He had accident, motor
Yeah,
accident.
This you talk about the Saudi prince that was in
Yeah,
coma
he
for
died.
20
He
years. Yeah.
died last year.
Not
This year.
yes, the Arafat. No.
He died this
Unless
year,
his name
right?
is Arafat.
No. He's the prince in
They did the
Saudi.
same thing to Arafat now. Arafat was also kept for several years before he died.
That Arafat self, I don't believe that story. I think say that man died, they keep him. After some years, they decide to bury him. But don't get me wrong,
But
those people.
Zita, this thing that you people are talking about earlier, okay, let's say the educated fellows that makes let's say 200,000 in a month, and these people that you are talking about that make maybe times 2 of what the educated fellow is making. Don't you think that because they don't have a better plan, or that is why maybe they make daily money and they spend a lot of this money even before they get home? I mean, how much of, like this guy that the one man showed now, he makes like, let's say 5,000 as he said, but how much of this 5,000 will actually will he be able to save because of the kind of life that they live? But if somebody is getting that same 5,000, let's say that will be like 150, he will be able to plan because he's getting it in one tranche. He may actually appreciate it better than somebody that is making 5,000, and he will not even be able to account for that money at the end of the month.
Simba, I disagree with you. Those people make a lot of investment too. And the one telling you, I've had a lot of conversation with most of them. They look raggy. Some of them look very
Simba,
unserious.
sorry, is it Simba? Don't forget Uriola and others.
They can make contribution. It's a free flow. Anybody that wants to talk can talk. Oriola, if you want to talk, you can make your contribution.
Remy has not said anything.
If we are not talking about politics, Remy will not.
Okay, go back to politics now. So
No. I'm interested in various different topics. But sometimes when I listen to some people, maybe my idea is similar to what you are talking about. I don't need to come and repeat it again.
So like let's go back to rehabilitation.
Like Baba said about that topic that is love, people living in chaos. That tells you that the world, people are different. People's minds are different. People is not all about money. Some people really find true love. Whether the man has money or not, they will stay with him. And I've discovered that one thing in life, Nigeria have changed a lot. When I was growing up, it's very difficult for a mechanic or artisan to really make a living. But now most artisans are making money, sending their children to private school, going to good hospitals. So when some people come here and say, Nigeria has been bastardized, Nigeria is not the same thing like 20 years, that country have changed a lot. So I don't support the idea that, okay, Nigeria is still that in bad shape. Fine, maybe because we have more people. Maybe in terms of food, it's not as cheap as before, but where is it cheap in the rest of the world? And I wonder, sometimes I ask myself, this system in the Western world, can they really introduce this system 100% in Nigeria? I think that president will not last 24 hours.
Remy, let me shock you, Remy. Do you know France, they are now going to bowling hand to IMF to borrow money? The economy is doing badly. Italy.
I was I was even shocked when I learned here that a small country of 5.5 million people, their indebtedness is up to 100 billion euro. What? With all this tax we are paying, we are still owing money like that? So, just 5.5 million compared to 230 million, where even if you take 100,000 naira to the market, you buy a lot of food stuff. Convert that 100,000 naira, convert it to euro here. How many things are you going to buy? There is inflation here all over
the world economy is being battered at the moment. So we should have that understanding, actually. There is a lot of economic problem in the world. All big nations, Great Britain, everywhere, they're having problems.
And they are being overstretched with benefit they are paying. Because they discover
and
that
that's
some
why they are
people
hostile to immigrants now.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
not only
because you guys
immigrants.
overstretched them now. You're being overstretched. They are being overstretched. Norway is Norway, because of this their what do they call it? This their welfare that they invest in companies. Norwegian Trust Fund. If not for
All the
this, and
Scandinavian countries, because when there was boom, they did not overspend. They kept a lot of their money in gold, even in America. And America was even finding it difficult to give them their gold back, like they did with Germany about 10 years ago. It took America about 2-3 years before they give them back the totality of their gold reserve. They kept it America. America spent the money, sold it, spend it. you think it's easy, but when we talk about our own country, I'm not saying there is no problem, but there is problem everywhere. It's like each of our individual household. I mean, we all have our problems. What my
see,
problem is could not be your problem.
see, Baba, why some areas the problem is will I say the problem is harder or difficult to navigate, because there are the way the country or the nation is being structured, there are things one cannot do. Like in Nigeria, they're talking about food prices, everything. If they have food banks in Nigeria, the people who cannot afford those fresh from market or what we call organic can go to the food bank and get food for free. But according to you guys who want orientation, I don't think Nigerians will get an orientation whereby somebody will walk to a food bank and then see something he cannot eat and say, sorry, I don't want to take it.
Zita, let me even bust your bubble there. Do you know, because of religiosity, the food bank, in the few places they have it in Lagos, people are indoctrinating their members in churches not to go there because this could be for ritual purpose. Yes, in this scarcity, people are still choosing which thing to have, which not to have, where to go, where not to go, just because of selfish reasons, religious reasons.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest problems in Africa. That
Where do they
religion.
have food bank in Lagos?
Adewale Mokiel, Alafia. Carry on,
How
sorry,
many?
Remy.
I think if we can solve that problem, but unfortunately, it's one of the most difficult problems to solve. That's when you go to the Northeast because of ideology, religious ideology. And in the South too, there's a lot of gullible people in the South that before you say one or two or three sentences, they will use religion to quickly cover it.
See,
So
that food bank of a thing, that food bank of a thing, I actually wanted churches to start it. But the pastors we have in Nigeria are so greedy. They are so greedy. I don't understand. Actually wanted them to start it in churches.
you
At
have to
least
understand from the way that the churches or the mosques or their the religious leaders, they are not there for really because of that religion. It's all
because
about what,
in most
it's all
countries,
about that Nigerian mentality.
Catholic
What
churches,
is
they have food banks.
Zita, why will you talk about a food bank in a country like Nigeria where greed? It's only the pastor now. Let me tell you,
You
just
don't
try
get,
it.
let
You
me
see that
explain. Because
Mm.
somebody talk about spiritualism and money ritual. Why did I say most of these people in the church, more especially the Pentecostal church, I don't want to talk about my Catholic because Catholic people don't do those shenanigans. More especially in those Pentecostal church. I'm not saying the pastor we own the food bank. I'm saying some group of all those people in the church that used to do what they call tithing. Churches like Winners Chapel, most wealthy people in Nigeria and all those House of Representatives and senators, they're worshiping. After all, the president's wife is a member of one of the biggest churches in the world. So why am I saying this? Those people that used to load those money that their pastor using buying 10, 5, 15 private jets, they should come together in that church, and inside that church, they should own a food bank. That is what I am saying. A food bank where they will order, this person will say, don't worry, the sachet rice, I will be, even if he's giving it out for people every 2 weeks, that's okay. He said, cartons of tin tomato, I will bring 3,000 or 4,000 tins of tin tomato. You will bring sachet rice, like small packs of rice. You know, that kind of olden days on Kobe rice that is 2 or 3 cups inside. And then this one we say, don't worry, I will be the one to bring all the pepper and the vegetable. Then the other one we say, I will be the one to bring geisha and the tin fish. The other one we say, okay, don't worry, I will be the one to supply the maggi. And they have the church can make it inside the church. They load them there.
I think with
every maybe once a week, every Friday, people will register. It is easier to manage from that angle than
I
managing it
think
as a state or as a person
with
outside of the
the
state, because they will come and loot your warehouse.
I think with the introduction of the new tax system next year, I can see a lot of rich Nigerians forming their own foundation.
If I
Because
see a pastor I can partner with, I will open a pantry in Nigeria. I'm even talking to Catholic churches.
Oh, okay.
I want to open. I'm talking to Catholic churches in Nigeria, more especially those ones in the rural areas. I won't do groceries. Yeah, I won't do fresh food. Do you understand? Because in the villages, they can always get vegetables, get tomato, fresh tomato, go okra, all those things. I will do more of tinned food so that they can have something they can eat when they want to eat it without it going bad. Do you understand?
Yeah, I
And
understand. But that
actually,
means most of the tin food, probably, do you want to import it or you want to
yeah,
get it from
yeah.
Nigeria?
Well, I'm talking to this manager for this. What's the name of that tomato company? I talked to Rita. They said when I'm ready, I should date them. The people that make Rita tomato. They said I'm trying to arrange it. What I'm actually I want to start with 15 churches. 15 Catholic churches. They will give me a place. We start it.
But I just hope that people will not use greed so that even the people that doesn't need it will not go and be taking it and they will deprive the people that actually needed it. But that
Problem is
is
that
what
you will take it and
hold
go and
on now.
resell it. How do you solve
Hold on.
that problem?
I'm not
Because you
going
are
to.
not on ground.
I'm not going to do it like that. Because you see, when you want to do something, you have to monitor the antecedent of the people and how they behave. I'm not going to do it like an open food pantry. I will do it in carton, in a small pack. Do you understand? In that small pack, you have a tin of fish, a tin of beef, you have a tin tomato, you have Maggi, probably dry onions, dry garlic. You have a pack of rice, a pack of beans, a pack of spaghetti, maybe macaroni. Okay, sealed. That pack, they give it to you. Maybe a bottle of canola oil. They sell it like that, give it to you. Next time you come, it might be dry plums, dry blueberries. They just pack it and give it to you. When you get home, if you don't want it, give it out. But I wouldn't want a place where you open it like the way they do in the West. People just walk around and be picking something and be throwing inside their basket. No, 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 no. That's not what how I want to do it. I want to do it like a gift pack. You give it to the person opens it, whatever is it, but it's going to be dried food. No wet food there.
Is it going to be all year round, or maybe once every 2 months or 3 months?
No. The way I will start with, I want to start every 2 weeks. Do you understand? And
Yes,
I
that
am
means
not.
twice in a month.
Twice in a month. Then I will go down to every week. Then if I want to run it like, if it's successful, like within a year, I will be running it once a week. If it's successful, I will run it once a week, in the sense that I'll make card. When you come the first time, you'll be registered, a card will be given to you, and your fingerprint will be taken. Period. That is actually
Madam, hold on. If you do like that, don't you think they will think you have a political ambition? Don't you think they'll be asking you, do you want to contest for senatorial, or why are you taking biometric for this?
No, why I'm taking biometric is that so that you will not come. If they say come, you have to only come there once in
I
2
hope they will
weeks.
not misinterpret your intention, sir.
That's why I want to do it with Catholic Church. That's why I want to do it with Catholic Church first. Because when you want to do such a thing with Catholic Church, they have to approve it to the, because Catholic already have it. They have Catholic charities, they have pantries in other countries. So if I want to bring it into my country, it's going to be a well-welcomed idea. So it has nothing to do with Nigerian government.
The most people that are doing such things in Nigeria are actually people that are getting fund from foreign countries.
Okay, let me tell you how it works.
I'm not asking you how it works. What I'm just saying is that people
You don't
not
need
be.
to get funds from foreign countries.
No. I'm saying the people that are doing it presently, a lot of people that are doing it presently are those people that get money from those organizations abroad.
Okay, I'm in a country that is willing to help. It's not getting money from a country. I don't need it. I don't need anybody to get money from anybody. I don't need the money. I need the item. That's why my own is different. I don't need your money. I need you to give me the item. That's what I'm advocating for. So if the Catholic Church approves it, so it's a Catholic something. It has nothing to do with Nigerian government. So it's going to be approved down to Rome. Okay? So the Vatican will approve it because they are the ones that approve all those ones in the West. So when I don't need any.
I want to get something cleared. When you say it get down to the Pope, is it because Catholic also have different denomination according different name and different
Is that what?
I mean the Catholic. They also have different churches. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. What do you mean by
that? Yeah, different churches with different names.
I don't understand what you mean by different churches with different names.
Well, for example, in where I came from, when I was in the primary school, I went to a Catholic, a Catholic school, and we have a big church inside. And I think they also have different branches in there. The name is St. Joseph Catholic Church. So I also know that other names to different other Catholics.
Okay, see. Catholic Church is Catholic
maybe you can
Church.
clarify that, or I don't know how.
Okay, hold on. Let me explain to you. Catholic Church is Catholic Church. So each parish has a name. They can say this parish is called St. Rita Parish, St. Mary, St. Joseph, St. Thomas Aquinas, St. this, St. that, Sacred Heart of Jesus, Trinity a Catholic church, so they have names. That doesn't mean they are different. It's just the name they assume to
Yeah,
have,
like
name of one of their
Saint
saints.
Rita. There's another one, Saint Rita, right?
They have so many with thousands of saints they call their churches, and they have Sacred Heart of Jesus Christ, which is
Well, must it
Sorry,
be a saint? Must it be a saint?
sorry, Madam Zita, a quick question. I'm sorry to go to politics. During Obi time, he was accused of bringing disharmony among the Catholic churches in Anambra State.
No, not Catholic churches. I think it's between Catholic Church and the Anglican,
Let me
not
tell you
within
something.
Catholic.
Oh, okay, and the Anglican. So
You
okay.
shouldn't.
Yeah.
You should see. Let me tell you something. There's one thing about Catholic Church. The deeper you go into Catholic Church, the more you get. How will I? Which word will I use now? I won't use the word parentize. I won't use the word excommunicated. I'm looking for a better word, because the moment you get deeper into Catholic Church, no matter the position you are in, you are expected to protect Catholic. Otherwise, you have so many problems with them. They can throw you out or rip you off of all those titles, whatever they gave to you. Like now, say I'm
Okay,
a
so
knight of.
that make a lot of sense. So during that sexual period that the Catholic Church has been accused of, when they were molesting the boys and whatnot, that's the reason why they kept quiet, right? That's why they didn't speak up, because they didn't want to be thrown out or excommunicated. Is that
Which
it?
one did you, I didn't get what you're talking about.
I was talking about a period about a decade ago or so that there was so much sexual abuse in the Catholic Church, and they didn't speak up for so many years that children, little boys, have been abused, molested.
Okay, let me say something to you. Prince Daddy, sin of molestation of young people in the church is not only done by Catholics. It's a common thing in religion, not only Christianity. But because Catholic, let me finish. Because Catholic is formed, will I use the word, a kind of kingdom for themselves. And there are strict, their doctrine is kind of strict. There are certain things they find it difficult to lapse in their doctrines, which has given them so much exodus from their religion or from their doctrine. Still, they're not budging. Those things you hear that people flag and pretend to be so angry about and say they're shielding this, they're shielding that. Yes, it happened. Yes, it's annoying. Yes, it shouldn't have happened. Yes, it's disheartening. But it's done all over the religion. But because Catholic is strict.
Okay, man, I hear you, but that's not my argument. You were making a point earlier that in the Catholic Church,
I don't know
they
why
don't
you
speak
brought
up.
that. I don't know why you brought that, but
Well,
I want to
and I'm
address.
saying
I
I
don't know
brought it
why
up
you
to
brought
say,
that. That's
because
not
you
the
said that.
argument.
Hold on, listen. Well, you said in the Catholic Church that people don't speak up. Okay, so it's like if you did, you'd be excommunicated or thrown out of the church. And I'm saying that that's probably one of the strongest reasons why, for many decades, the Catholic Church was abusing little boys and nobody spoke up. It's not
No.
about if they did it. Hold on. It's not about if they did it in Islam or other churches, other denominations. That's not the argument. I know they do. There's abuse everywhere.
Even Prince Daddy,
Hold
Prince
on,
Daddy,
but
Zita.
I think it's more prevalent. I think it's more prevalent, and it's more like a structure and a cult in the Catholic Church to abuse children.
Hold on. You see, when I came into this platform this morning, I made a statement. I said there is so much lies and propaganda a lot of things going on planet Earth that is getting people very angry, and they speak anyhow and they act anyhow, and they're trying to bury this beautiful planet, blue planet we have. You just said that there is things like this happening in Catholic Church and people don't speak up because I told you that that is not what I was trying to explain before you jumped in. I was trying to handle
and I know that, and I
yeah.
know that.
Hold on. If they don't speak up, how did you hear it?
Well, if they spoke up,
No.
they
You
spoke,
know the
hold on.
story. Excuse me.
No.
You know
That's
the
not a good
story that
argument.
something
Let me talk. Let me
happened in
talk.
Catholic Church.
That's not
So
a good
if they
argument.
are hiding it and
They were
protecting
hiding
it,
it.
how come
They
you
hid
heard
it for
about it?
decades. Because it leaked out eventually. I mean, nothing's hidden forever, Madam Sita. I hope you know that. It wasn't because they wanted to come out and speak
This
about
guy,
it
you're funny.
deliberately.
Listen, that you heard it now does not mean it has not been out since. If you've been monitoring Catholic Church, the only Pope Catholic had that came out publicly to do some apologies in certain things that happened in Catholic Church is the beloved Pope John Paul II. So you cannot tell me that it has been happening over the decade. And that Pope, who was born, raised and bred in Catholic Church, lived his life in CatholicCh and ended up becoming a Pope, have to speak up. If you
Madam Sita,
say it has been happening decades,
Chicago that
that
you're
is not
familiar
even
with.
where I'm going.
Hold
Let me
on,
ask
Chicago that you're
Simba.
familiar with.
Is it
The
Simba that asked
extreme.
me the question? Remy, is it you or Simba that asked me
The Chicago that you're familiar with, the abuse that happened in Chicago was
Simba,
so much.
Remy,
It
you asked.
is me that asked you about what Peter Obi did when he was the governor.
He actually do not have a choice. To be honest with you, that's why if you are a Catholic, you softly they
But
collect some certain things.
it's not the only Catholic
Hold on.
person that has become a
No,
governor now.
please. Can you allow me to explain? You can believe what you want to believe, but give me the opportunity to explain it. Whether you say, even after my explanation, you say Obi has no right to do what he did, that's still fine. But let me explain why he has to toe that line of Catholic Church throughout his administration as a governor. Because he was deep into Catholic Church. Listen carefully. I am saying that if you are a Catholic and you are, okay, I will come to that later, and you go deep into Catholic, you take one of these, take this kind of title, take this kind of title, go kiss the Pope ring, did that. When you finish all those shenanigans, your job now is to protect Catholic. So if an Anglican is standing and the Catholic will be standing, you will benefit a Catholic more than an Anglican.
So what it means that if you promote injustice,
Hold on, let me finish. It happens everywhere. In every congregation.
But if it happens everywhere, that is not
Hold on
enough
now,
reason for somebody to be doing so.
listen to me carefully. Anybody who is a fanatic of his religion does the same. That's just the truth. Like
And
him,
that does not make it
hold
right.
on. I don't care. Like him, hate him, that is for you. Whether it makes it right, it doesn't make it right, that is for you. But I want to explain to you why it went that direction. Why did it go that direction? Because he is a man who has dived himself deep into Catholic Church. And when you dive yourself deep into Catholic Church, you hold a position. When I mean,
we should be ready now. When eventually become a president, then the whole people, everybody in Nigeria should run away because Nigeria become a Catholic state.
Probably not. Probably. With his cabinet, he might look at Catholic people. That's, to me, I wouldn't see anything wrong in that. Because when Buhari was that's why I like Nigeria.
And
It's
it's
not
the
by
same
turn.
person that was crying
When
of
Buhari was the
Muslim
only
ticket.
person he has around him that is a Christian that was forced down his neck was
Well,
Osibade.
that's why the Jadianju accused Peter Obi for being a religious bigot, actually, because that's the kind of politics he plays. That is
He's
Peter Obi's
not actually
You
a
can see they're
religious.
already defending him now, Prince Daddy. They're already defending his actions.
Yeah, Peter Obi, that's his politics, man. He doesn't play primary politics. Let me go and compete with the rest of the candidates and emerge. He plays religious and ethnic
No, he
politics.
doesn't play religious. He plays
He does.
Catholic.
We heard him on no. We heard him talking to Pastor Adeboye that said church.
That one is politics now. How many times will I say that? That is politics. Forget that one. He has the right to tell a person. Listen to me. As a politician, you can go, that's why it is a dirty game. If you think somebody is worth 20,000 votes, come on, man. You can tell him anything to grab that 20,000 votes. That's politics.
That is not the problem. The problem is that Peter Obi, he blames other people or accuses other people, whereas he does exactly the same thing. Trying to blame them.
I don't understand what your argument is. Honestly, sincerely
I'm not making an argument. I'm telling you about Peter Obi.
You are mixing the two things, and I am trying to separate them. Politics, anybody can say anything to garner vote. When you people, that Yes Daddy came out, I swept it away. Because to me, it was politics. He sees Oyedepo, whosoever, whatever you people call him, he sees him as somebody which is not true, because his members don't go whichever direction. They do direction they want to go, more especially those big Pentecostal churches in Nigeria. If they come together to be voting the way their members are ardent to them, no Muslim will sit in Aso Rock. I can assure you that. But they don't vote that way. But he probably thought he's gonna get whatever, maybe 20 million votes. That Oyedepo is worth 20 million votes. I don't know where the heck he understand that from. But he thought so. That was why he went to do that to Yes Daddy. And I actually do not see anything wrong in that. I've said this severally on this platform. It's politics. Anything you can tell anybody you think that has some votes, he can corner to you. Tell him and get the vote. That's politics all over the world. You can they do. It's only very few of them that will campaign. After campaigning, they do start working on few things they campaign on. They say anything. They can say anything. So that's not what I'm here to talk about. Okay? And the same thing with Catholic. An ardent Catholic person tours the line of Catholic. And as long as he keeps touring that line of Catholic, he keep rising in Catholic Church because they have ladder.
Things that you can imagine somebody that is doing that within Christianity. So what will now happen in a secular state like Nigeria? Eh? That guy is a fraud.
When Buhari surrounded himself with Muslims, what did you do? Was Nigeria
What do you mean by Buhari surrounded himself with Muslims?
Of course,
well, how?
Buhari's cabinet, apart from Osibajo, who else is a Christian there? The grass-cutting man that was claiming that doesn't even sound like a Christian, claiming he's a Christian. Did they yank him out? Did some others?
That is normal. Nobody's arguing against that. We don't expect Buhari to surround himself with a bunch of Christians. We don't expect that. It's going to be Northerners and more likely to be Muslims.
We repeat that if we analyze it critically, what she even say she might not even be right.
Excuse me. So you don't expect Buhari to surround himself with Kali, but you expect to.
It's not that it's something we are dealing with in the past. Let us analyze it.
You expect to surround himself with a
let us analyze Buhari cabinet. Let us analyze Buhari cabinet.
I think it's not about Muslim or Christian. I think it's about his people from his own side, those ones surrounding in the presidency. But when you are talking about ministerial position or other position, it was well shared between the North and the South. That is normal. But if you talk about, when you're not talking about Nigeria, when you look at it from the Nigeria balance, juicy position, or maybe something position, then you can say maybe a lot of people from the Hausa Fulani stock, it gave them all those juicy position. But in religion, no, not like that. I don't think it's about Muslim or Christian. But for that, we are talking about Obi now, about what he did during his tenure as the governor of the state. And you see that you also collaborated that he has to do something like that. And that is one of the reasons why he also used that system, the same thing, when he campaigned for his presidency in 2023. He will use tribal a lot. He will go to where there's a lot of Southeastern people to campaign. He will go to market area, spare part area. He will go to churches. So it's a divided element, unfortunately. And I really give thanks to God that they didn't vote him in. Because if they have voted him, that country will not remain the same. There'll be a lot of crisis almost every day.
But Remy, he did what he had to do, though. I mean, it wasn't 1 second, Madam. He wasn't going to go to the Muslim areas to go compete for votes between.
But don't you think he judged it wrongly? His opponents are not going to Muslim or his opponents are not doing the same thing.
No, because his opponent had more national appeal than P2B. We know that very well. So the reason why
you have a point.
Yeah, the reason why it was very strategic in that regards to go to areas that had more Christians or Southerners to appeal to them. And that's why I think he did very well in the Middle Belt, right? There were a lot of Christians there. So that's the best politics he could have played anyways, which is fine.
If you even, if you look at the North Central, where he had a lot of votes, it's only the Christian-dominated states like Benue, Plateau, and Nasarawa that he actually, if you look at Niger, Kogi, Kwara, he didn't get much vote from all those areas.
Yeah, so that is expected. That's well expected that he wasn't going to do well. So in the short period of time that he had, I think that was the best he could have done. But yeah, that's the best he could have done actually. But that is Peter-B's politics for you anyway.
So, but let's look at it holistically. Separating religion from the way we do in Africa, especially in Nigeria. Do you think it has brought a lot of negativity or positivity to the overall population? Because to me, I think that is one of the biggest drawback of Africa, because they always put religion first, not thinking about doing the work first. But even if you follow the tenets of God really work hard for 60.
Even religious make us more lazier than.
Yeah, if you look at the word,
hold on, Remy. So are you saying religion is more powerful than ethnic or tribal identity in politics in Nigeria? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, and
yes.
I'm also saying that
yes, religion is more powerful than ethnic and national identity. Yes, it's more.
And because of that religion, it has also make that country not to grow at the proportionate it should grow. Because when you guys were talking about all these artisans,
that couldn't be so. That couldn't be so. If that was the case, Tinubu would not have won.
Let me quickly finish. When you talk about all these artisans and the rest, making like Madazita said.
So what do you think makes Tinubu to win that election? You think it's ethnic? So he got most of his votes from the northwest.
Yes, and
so is it his ethnic origin that makes him to get that vote?
If he wasn't ethnic, he would not have done so well in the southwest. Then
even the southwest, they didn't even come out to really vote.
A lot of people voted for Tinubu because of Yoruba.
When he lost Lagos to Obi, so he said,
what
are you talking about? He lost Osun. He lost Osun.
That one, you have to analyze each location or each state.
Let me tell you, Tinubu is from Osun State, and he lost his state also, Osun to Atiku.
So what are you talking about? Politics. that was politics too. It's a state dominated by PDP. We know that. That's strictly politics. And you guys, I
It's
think
not true. They
This is
cannot
not
say they
true.
cannot say Osun State is dominated by PDP. That is not,
you
is
know,
a
to tell you
fallacy.
to tell you the truth, actually, in Lagos State, I think a non-Yoruba person actually should be able to win Lagos State as it is right now for the next, I don't know, 5-10 years. Because quite frankly, the proportion of non-Yorubas in Lagos is so overwhelming, quite frankly. And I was not
It's not
surprised
true.
that
It's not true. The Yorubas are
it's
still
true.
the dominant tribe in Lagos,
You know,
whether you like it or not.
I doubt it. You know, to say I doubt it. I doubt
The
it.
only reason why Obi won that election in Lagos is because of religion. Forget about it.
Let me
No,
tell you something, Prince
I doubt it.
Daddy.
It's not because you have other
Yeah,
ethnic
Prince
national.
Daddy.
And then, if you are even talking about it, they are not homogeneous. So they shouldn't have been voted in same direction. So it's religion that united people
No.
more.
Well,
Forget
that's a
about
different
it.
angle. Simba, that's a different angle. But to make an argument that the population of non-Yorubas in Lagos is not maybe larger than Yorubas, I think that's a tough
It's not.
sell.
It's not.
If you
It's
ask,
not. It's not. It's
I kind
not.
of disagree.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I work in Lagos for some years, even before traveling now, and I discover that in some particular area, because when you talk about Lagos, you are not talking about Lagos alone. There's other city like Ekpe, like Ikorodu and the Sel, which are predominantly dominated by the Yoruba people. And even in Lagos itself, when you go to places like Surulere or even Ijesha, they are dominated by
Surulere,
No.
Surulere, Mushin,
but when you talk
Agege.
about Olodi, listen,
Not Sulere, not Sulere,
listen.
not
For when you talk
Sulere.
about Olodi Apapa, when you talk about that place was predominantly
Yeah,
dominated.
but the place that the non-Yorubas are concentrated, I think the ratio is like probably 1.2, 1.5 than the Yorubas populated areas. I believe that because
No,
they're like
I don't.
they they are
Do you know what
densely
happened during that
populated.
election? During that election, I think a lot of Yoruba people too, because of propaganda, they did not come out and vote. And because of the NSAS rule,
Let me even tell you, this guy that used to come on this platform, Remy, BQB.
Yes.
All those young guys, that time, they voted for, in fact, BQB himself voted for Obi.
Yes.
A lot of Yoruba people voted for, okay, why do we not have the reverse in the governorship election? You know all these things that you people are just being carried away by what you see on the social media. Go to Lagos. How can you tell me that the population of non-indigenous are more than the Yoruba
No.
in
You
Lagos?
see, I'm telling you, let me tell you, even back then when I was to school in Lagos, let me tell you, I can say that in the classroom, you can see maybe 50% of the pupils were Yoruba. A solid 35 to 40% were Igbos. Back then, I'm talking about.
No,
And
I think you are equally got it wrong. The remaining 35% you are talking about, they are not from Southeast. There's a lot of South
That's what
people.
I'm saying. That even the non-indigenous that is
And
talking
the name
about,
looks similar, but
they are not homogeneous. They are not
I
homogeneous.
know
It's not one tribe.
hold on. That's why I said non-Yorubas. I didn't say Igbos. I said
Let me tell
non-Yorubas.
you, even if the non-Yorubas are more, wait, they wouldn't have voted in the same way because all of them are not Igbo.
I
We have
know that.
Hausas, we have other
Yes.
people, we have people from Benue, we have
No.
people from other places.
I'm
So they
non-Yorubas. Hold
cannot
on.
vote
Simba,
all
hold
of them
on.
cannot vote in the same direction.
Simba, hold on. Not okay. I'm not talking about them voting in the same direction. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about non-Yorubas from the southern part of the country. Non-Yorubas from the southern part of the country. So the Igbos, the Calabas, the South people, and name them. The people from the southern part, non-Igbos. I'm talking about. Even back then, I'm talking about that in the classroom. Easily 35 to 40% of the pupils are
So which area do you
Hold on.
live in Lagos that time? Which area? Just give us a kind of area that, okay, I live in Oshodi, or I live in VI, or I live in District. Then we will tell you. So that's my question.
More like Suliri.
Actually, if it says Surulere, of course, you might be a little bit right. The reason why I say you might be a little bit right, because I know that there's a lot of Catholic church in Surulere, and there's a lot of middle class, some Southeastern people living there. But still, more you can say about 65% to 35% in Surulere, you are right. 65% for indigenous, and 35% for
Okay,
probably.
good. So that was back. That was back then. Hold on, Remy. That was back then. But since then, if you know the rate of migration from the southeast, especially, or other parts of the country, especially in the southern part to Lagos, then you would know that if you want to really analyze, clearly, that it's more likely that there are more non-Yorubas in Lagos than Yorubas.
No, I won't. Because what you are saying is that they came there, they were living there, and they continue to populate because they have children. And you are saying that the Yoruba people remain constant.
Population. Hold on. Population. Hold on. Population by birth. Remy. Hold on. Population by birth, and also I'm talking about migration. They came like they
I know. You are right.
Okay.
I'm not saying they did not come. They came, and some of them never go back. And of course, you know that they will start to populate having children. But that does not mean that the population of the indigenous too remain constant. It will not remain constant. They will also continue to populate.
Okay, well, would you say 50-50? Would you say 50-50
and
about 50?
One thing I want you to realize is this.
No, why do you assume that they are the only one migrating and other people don't migrate?
What about the Yoruba speaking side from Ekiti?
It's just an assumption that I just making now.
A lot of people.
Okay, you kept the population of the other people constant, and you assume that it's only one that is growing.
Listen. I'm not talking about the MBS statistical record. I'm talking about my own even observation back then, and looking at the trend over many over.
No,
over
when you said wait now, you said okay, Oriola. You have not talked.
I don't think your observation is correct because we are not talking about data here. You're not talking about facts. You're talking about your own observation. So just like everybody already said, just like they already told you, you're looking at the fact that in your own small place, you're judging that. You're not looking outside. So a lot of people are on the streets. You're not judging based on that. You're judging based on the classroom. That's number one. And number two, you're also judging based on migration. And you forget that the people in-house, they're also having babies. And not just the fact that people are coming from the east. Also in the west, people are still coming to Lagos. And let's look at this. Wait, I want to give you a good example before you go ahead and answer. The country that you live in, that I live in now, they're also complaining about a lot of immigration, like migration, people migrating to their country.
Do you live in Afghanistan? Do you live in Afghanistan?
Wait, let me land. That does not mean that their population is too nuts more than all the immigrants more than the white population of this country is more than 66%. The white population I'm talking about, just the white. So are you now telling me that just because you're saying
Oriola, you continue. Hold on, Oriola, you continue. But check this out. I like what you said, but check this out. The African American population in America remains at 12% or less by now. Guess why the Hispanics are larger than the African Americans, the black people? You know why? Birth and immigration. You want to dispute that? There are more Hispanic people in this country.
Let me dispute that for you.
California, hold on. Is that wrong?
And Texas, a lot of people that when United States hijacked Texas and California and Arizona, a lot of them they're Hispanic.
Stop that. Don't go there. We're not talking about that. Stop.
A lot of those people, they're white Hispanic. You have to understand. A lot of those people, they're white Hispanic. So what you just said now is not factual. They're all white Hispanic. So you can't compare white Hispanic. They're still claiming white. They're just Hispanic.
Well, forget about what you're thinking. I'm telling you what the official data is. I'm not trying to say.
What's the official data saying?
There are more Hispanic people that are considered Hispanic. There are more Hispanic people in America than black people. You want to dispute that?
Wait, since when? Wait. The last census, right? What about the census before that? Weren't they even more than black people?
Yeah, obviously at one point in time there were way more black people than Hispanic people. So that's not an argument.
No, there's no time. that they were. The time that they were.
What?
The time that they were, that was the time even when they stopped slavery. And after they stopped that, they had to ship black people to Liberia. They have to ship
No, stop.
some black people
Yeah,
to
that's a convoluted.
Haiti. So I
Dude,
don't know what you were
that is not
talking about.
true. That is not true.
That's
That's
true.
convoluted.
What I
That's
just
convoluted.
stated,
That is
what I
convoluted.
just said
What
now
you say is
is
not true. It's
factual.
not true.
It's true.
Not
What
factual.
I just told
No.
you now, they ship black people
Well,
just like they want to do now.
at one
History
point in
repeat
time,
itself. You just have to learn about history. History repeat itself. It's the same thing. They ship black people. If you don't know, now you know. They ship us. They ship us. That's how you have Liberia today. They ship us to Liberia, and they also ship the black people
we're not
to
talking
Haiti as
about.
well.
We're not talking about returnees to Liberia. No, nobody's. Your
They're
argument. I don't
not
understand your argument.
returnees. They're not returnees. They felt like black people is way too much in their country, just the same way they did in England as well. British, they did the same thing. They shipped
I need
black people.
somebody.
They're
Maybe Madam Sister
too
can
many in their country,
hold on.
and they
No.
have to move them to Sierra Leone as
Okay.
well. So what are you
I'm not
talking
sure.
about? We
How
just
many
have to
were there?
learn history so you understand this. This is factual.
Okay. See, nobody's arguing about black people returning to or taking back to
He's
Liberia. I
not
wonder how.
returning. They have to ship you guys. They don't want you guys in their country.
How many
That's
how
what it
many
is.
they ship? Yeah, well, that's garbage anyways, what you're saying.
It's
But
not
anyways,
garbage.
to my point, at one point in time in America, the population in terms of percentage and number wise, there were more black people in America, way more than Hispanic people. But over the years, the Hispanic people they populated as much as the black people were, and also the migration from the southern border helped their population. And today in America, there are more Hispanic people by number and percentage than black people in America. Plain and simple. It's not that difficult. If you have a problem, just chat GPT or Google it, and it'll give you the answer.
Can please, I mean, Ekene or Foley comes into the conversation also.
I'm guessing they want to talk about the Lagos population, but I'm not going to argue with the Prince Daddy on that anymore. You just need to go look them up. But with the Lagos thing, I don't think I think Yoruba still hold like the bigger population. The only thing we might say is maybe the people that will claim our worries might not be as much as they used to. Maybe that might be what it is. Like, but in terms of the ethnicity Yoruba, I still think like they're still the dominance in that state.
The only
Hold
thing that can I
hold on. By what percentage? Really, by what percentage?
I
you
don't
think?
know. I don't talk about numbers when it's not factual. I can't just be talking about numbers like that. But it's just that when you look at it, and when you look at in terms of companies, so in terms of people that when you go to the street, especially if you go to the street and see a lot of people, you see that a lot of people that you come in contact with, they're of the ethnicity Yoruba. Like that's a lot of when you go into the market and especially the streets, you see them a lot more. And when you look a lot of the companies in Lagos, they're all majority of them they're owned by Yoruba. So it's very difficult for someone to say that they're still not the main dominance. It will be very difficult.
in a country where what do you call it? Very small scale businesses dominate. Okay, you talk about companies that employs 100 people, 200 people. Well, unlike you, when I go to Lagos on the streets, I see non-Yorubas actually more than I ever see.
How can you be saying these things that deep?
Hold on.
I was in Lagos. I was in Lagos 2 weeks ago. That's not what I don't even know where you are getting all these things that you are saying.
Wait, let me
so
say
you
something.
see
where in Lagos? Where in Lagos were you?
When people say, let me ask you a question again. When people say small companies or small businesses, what do you think they mean? Because I don't understand. I'm trying to understand what you understand when it comes to understanding of small businesses. What is your understanding about it?
Listen, it depends. Okay, I'm not sure how to define it in Nigeria, but
Okay,
in
let me
America,
just
hold
go
on, let me
straight to the point.
line. In America here, I think if you have 500 people or less, it's considered like a small business or mid-sized business. But I can guarantee in Nigeria, we don't have many companies that employ thousands of people like Nike or Intel or this other or Microsoft. We don't have to that capacity. So I mean, I'm trying to narrow it down by telling that a company in Nigeria maybe average, I don't know, 200, 100 people. That's
Or even less
Well,
than
this is what
50, even less than
okay.
50.
All
So
right,
there you
yeah.
go.
So
So there you
that's
go.
the
So
point.
I can use that. I can use that as a barometer to compare the population of people that live in Lagos.
But
Well, that's the point.
let me ask
Wait,
you, Prince Daddy, let me ask you, if you are going on the streets in Lagos, though that one might not be, which language you think that you hear people speaking?
Let me tell. I told this story before. About a decade ago, when I got there after a while, I was talking to my brother on the street of Lagos, trying to buy roasted corn and a pear on the street, right? And this lady we're trying to buy from. Well, obviously she happened to be a southeastern and Igbo lady, plain and simple, because she spoke Igbo, right? So there came this young boy, that is a Yoruba boy, obviously, and the boy was speaking Yoruba, and the lady said, "Get out of here," which are in Bati, whatever the lady said. And my younger brother said, "Madam, why are you abusing? You don't like my language? Why are you abusing
wait.
this boy? Whatever."
Prince Daddy,
And
exception does not
And
make
so
a
what
rule.
does that one
Listen,
mean?
wait. Let me just say this real quick. Exception doesn't
No,
make
no,
a
no.
rule.
Sorry, Oriola. So what does that one mean? What the story that you are telling us now? What does that one mean?
well, it means that at least that lady seems to be maybe more used to a non-Yoruba person around her speaking a language,
It doesn't mean
and
anything. It doesn't
well,
mean anything. It
you're
doesn't mean
asking me a
anything.
question. Well, okay, it doesn't mean anything. I'm
Yeah,
trying
wait,
to
but
respond
that
to your
kind of
question based on my
answer the
experience.
question you're asking, though.
I'm trying to answer the question based on my experience,
Yeah, that I
but
kind of answer the question he's asking.
there you go.
So which language? No, let me even ask you now. So which language is she used to? If
Yeah,
she say okay, he's
Yoruba
not
now.
used to hearing Yoruba, which language is she used to be
Maybe
listening to?
an Igbo language or something.
I
Obviously,
beg, stop all these things. Stop
Yeah,
that.
wait. Let me say something.
Even
Let me break
Ekene that is
something
here.
down.
Most of his customer will be
okay.
Yoruba.
No, no, no.
He will testify
Right,
to that.
right.
So what are you
No, no,
saying?
no. Actually, can I talk? Can I answer the question? And maybe
Wait,
follow
you
B.
can't answer the question. You can't just answer the
Yes,
person. Wait. You cannot answer the question. The guy is just he's only based on one surroundings. He's not the entire when it comes to the entire state. He can't see the entire state. He's only to his work and to
but
where he lives.
but
So we
in
can't base
statistics,
no. Let me land.
Hold
Let
on,
me
hold
land.
on.
You already spoke. Let me land. Let me land.
Okay, go ahead.
You cannot base his own is whatever he's saying. You can't base it as general. You can't be. We can't generalize it because what he's saying is just his own where he works and when he go back home, and that's where he would talk about. And so we can't base it on him. What I'm trying to say to you now, that why I asked you the question of small businesses. You have to look at it like this: majority of the organizers, who are they? Majority of the um clothing sellers,
Artisans
especially
generally, the
well, we
bricklayer, the
got to break it
carpenter,
down. Yeah, I
that
understand,
petty
but we have to
trader
break it down.
beside the streets,
When you go to what's the Lagos
the
Island, the
market.
market
When you get to
Balogun,
the
who
market,
do you see
uh,
there? When you go
uh,
when you go to the corn seller on the streets, the banana seller, the pepper seller, who are those people? That's how you need to see these things. When you
Oh,
go,
really? I thought you were trying to use that. Maybe I don't see. Maybe I see more of corn sellers and pepper sellers that are non-Yorubas than I do Yoruba. What about that? You tell me about your observation.
where do you where? That's why
They're
I just
everywhere. They're
no.
everywhere. They're
I
everywhere.
was just making point. I was just making that point to you now that you cannot generalize it based on where you
No,
live
see,
or what the
but
environment that you're used to. You have to look the
I
entire.
understand. I
You have to
understand that,
look the
and I get
entire
that.
Lagos. You can't just
No,
say,
no.
"Oh, just because in
Uh,
my area,
no.
I go to
I
this
know.
school."
I
Let's
know.
even ask you the type of school you went to. Probably it's just one of the big school that a lot of people that have to have money goes there. So you want to use that to
It's an elite
generalize
school
that
that I
you
went to, and
can't.
I don't mind him. He went to an elite school, maybe probably in somewhere eyebrow area in Lagos, and he's now want to use
Yeah,
that one
now
to
want to use
juxtapose.
that the entire Lagos is. You can't do that.
No,
You
no,
can't do
no,
that,
guys.
man.
I know that.
Go to
No,
Agege,
no.
go to Agege, go to Ikorodu, go to Ekpe, go to all those
Yeah,
places. Then you see.
guys, there are areas that are more populated by the Yorubas. I'm not disputing that, not at all. But also, there are places
So
that
how
that,
many
that are
areas? How
there's
many areas we now say? How can you even come here and be telling us that the Igbos are more in Lagos than Yorubas? How can you come and be telling us that? I don't know where
well,
are you getting that one? Did you drink something this morning, Prince Daddy?
Oh wait, actually, I have a general one that I think we should use. The train. Let's use the train for example. I've looked on YouTube a lot, so I realized that when you're looking from people that go from mainland, especially on the blue train, especially when you look at the time, the morning time and the evening time, you get to see some sign ethnicity on the blue train. But when you look at the red train, you only see majority just one ethnicity. Based on the video I just look the video they put online. Just do your sense like when you look at
okay.
the red line,
Uh-huh.
you see more of one side ethnicity.
Which is that? Which is
And
what?
when you wait, I don't have to say it because I don't need to. I feel like everybody should just do their own. You see one majority, but when you look at the blue line, you see mixture. And when you look some certain time, especially the rush hour, you see more of one probably than the other sometimes. But when you look on the regular other hours, you see like majority like the office job, like the white collar job time, because it's not the same. You
Okay,
see
I hear you.
more of
Now,
one, and when you
okay,
look at early hours, you see other. So
okay. Let me
I'm
chime
just
in.
looking at the train. This is just the train, and I'm not
Okay.
saying that's the entire population of
Okay,
Lagos.
if you can tell me or Sinbad, now if you ask me, I would say that the migration from the southeast or other part of the country in the south to Lagos is more structured. It's more structured than the Yorubas moving from other parts of the west to Lagos. I think
What do you mean by
but
structure?
structure in the
I don't
sense that
even know.
well, structure in the sense that they come, for example, those what you call them, the people that do the trading apprenticeship. They come in an organized fashion with jobs and maybe shops ready to work, ready to go. But if you ask me, I'm not clear about the migration from Ekiti or the other part of the southwest to Lagos. I'm not sure in what number or the main reasons why they come to Lagos. But for the South, it's more deliberate, it's more structured, and I think it's more efficient. And wherever they go, if you ask me, I think they are more concentrated in that area. If you ask me, maybe about 1.2 to 1.5 than the Eurobas.
So
That's
if
what
you
I'm
have
saying.
pocket, wait. So if you have, let's say you have like maybe 20 areas, and then they are concentrated in 2 or 3 areas. So does that mean that they have predominant population?
Yes, yes, that's very much possible. Or I can tell you. Yeah, yeah,
So if you are
Nah,
concentrated in 2
I
areas
tell
out
you
of 20,
hold on.
don't use.
Sometimes if in America, if you drop the map in an election, if you look at the election in like in some states, you find one one. Hold on.
things that they hear from people like you, that's what makes them to misbehave in most of the things that they are doing now.
No.
So if they start
See,
hearing you
see,
now, they will say they are the owner
no.
of Lagos.
See, no. See, that does not make you the owner at all. I'm not making that argument at all. It's more.
If
If we're
let
talking
me tell you that what you are saying, if that what you are saying is actually true, we will not even be having what you are having in Lagos in terms of election. We will not have it.
Yeah,
Is what you are saying is far
that's
far
true.
from the truth.
Yeah.
See, the Obi phenomenon was a real wake up call. Let me tell you, because I don't think the Igbos in the past had
There's
voted
no
in that.
wake up call, my guy. There's no wake up call. Those
I don't
guys,
even
the
know.
Yoruba voted for him. That's what it is. The Yorubas I'm sorry to call them names. I don't want to
percentage of
call
the
them
Yorubas?
names. Majority of
Most,
them
let me tell you, what
voted because they're
influenced
looking
that,
for
what
equity.
you see that
They're
we
looking
call
for
Obi
equity,
phenomenon in
and
Lagos
there's nothing
was
called
actually
equity.
religious. All those big churches, all those big pastors actually campaigned for him. And that was why you saw that. Let me tell you,
So
this
And there's
election
nothing
that is,
wrong with that. There's
what
nothing wrong with
percentage
that.
of the Yorubas
To
voted
be
for
honest
Tinubu, you
with you,
think?
there's
What
nothing
percentage of the
wrong with
Yorubas?
them voting. There's nothing wrong with Yoruba voting for him. There's nothing wrong at all. There's nothing wrong. The problem we have is data. Assuming we can count the population, all this the little scramble that we're having here will be all set. Like I'm saying, they voted for him. Yeah, of course, people from that side, they might be ton of them in Lagos, but that doesn't make the majority. That's what we just have to know. Like, I don't even think they're close to me being majority at all. Even the
Well, if
other,
you can talk so confidently, then give me a percentage. Is it 60-40
I can't
or
give
what?
you a
49-51? 49-51, 60-40. What is
how
it?
can I give you a percentage? If I
You
give,
gotta,
it's just fallacy if I do that, because it's more
no,
like I
no.
don't.
If you're so confident, you can tell me it's 80-20 or 70-30. Then I'm like, okay, well, then
Yeah,
I
but
understand what you're saying. But if
what
you can't
can
say
you
that,
give us percentage?
I did. I say it's about
That's not
50-50
true. You
or
can't just give us numbers
Okay,
because
can I contribute here?
you're
Let me
not.
sorry, let me say something. If you look at the population in terms of Southeasterners and the Southwesterners, are you telling me that more than 45% of Southeasterners have moved to Lagos in the last 15 years? If that is the case,
What
then
does
the
that
number.
mean?
No, what I'm trying to say is that if the way Prince Dariwa has been talking, that maybe a lot of people from the Southeast, they are more non-indigenous are more than the indigenous in Lagos. So I'm just asking a very
So you're
rhetorical
saying
question.
45% of Lagos population
No,
is
I'm asking Prince Daddy that if he believe that non-indigenous are more than the indigenous in Lagos State, especially from people from the Southeast. So I'm asking him a question in terms of population-wise. The Southwest, they have more population than the Southeasterners. So does that mean that more Southeasterners have moved to Lagos in the last 20 years? That means that will not reduce the total population of the Southeastern and the Southeast. So my question is very simple. So Prince Daddy, please, my question is to you. With what you have been saying, are you saying that there is a mass migration from Southeast in terms of up to 50% to Lagos State or maybe to the Southwest State in the last 20 years?
Well, coupled with their birth rate, in Lagos, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, see, you know that, and you can replace the population by immigration or by birth, giving birth. And
when you talk about birth rate,
the Southeastern, and I think,
no.
and I think,
Take this along. When you talk about the birth rate, are you saying that the birth rate of the Southwestern or people in Lagos, I mean the Yoruba people, have reduced drastically over the years?
no, not saying that.
you know,
I didn't say that.
what he's doing? He
I
want
didn't
to
say
keep
that.
everything constant. He kept every other thing constant for him to now for the Southeastern to grow. You understand? So he kept the population.
Or maybe
The
he's
Yorubas are
trying
not
to tell us
migrating.
that
They are not having more children. So the Southeastern are
yes,
the one
something like
migrating,
that.
and they
Maybe
are the
that.
only
No,
one
no,
having
no.
more children.
Don't twist my word. Let me
agree
summarize.
with.
Hold on, let me summarize. No. I didn't say that the Yorubas are giving less birth, nor did I say that they're not migrating. But what I'm saying is that it's about equal between the birth rate. I'm assuming between the Igbos or the non-Yorubas and Yorubas in Lagos.
Let me ask you.
But the effect of the migration is far superior and more structured coming into Lagos from the southwest or none other part of the southwest to Lagos. That's my argument. So they have advantage, if you ask me, in terms of population. I rather immigration coming into Lagos. That's my argument.
Let me ask you. Do you know what is the population of the Igbos in Nigeria?
They all live in Lagos.
Yeah, it's
I'm
between
asking you,
30.
just
It's
forget about
between
where they
30
live. What is
million.
the
It does
population
not
of
know.
the
No,
Igbos?
you can't know that.
Well,
So when
I've heard 30 to 40 million. Okay.
No.
Eh?
It's not even, it's not greater than 30 million. I believe it's like between probably like 20 to 30, because I I have to get you the website
Well,
where
I
I
just
saw
I
the
just said 30 to 40 billion. I've heard from 30 to
Okay,
40
what is the
million. That's
population of the Yoruba? What is the population of the Yoruba?
probably about 40 million also. Of
It's
there.
not true. It's not true.
Yeah, that's not true. Yeah.
and Kwara? Are you
The issue, let me tell you, the population of Yoruba is far, 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 far. In fact, not even in 10 million, higher than the population of the Igbos. Go and check.
You can give
No.
us figure if you have.
What is the population of Yorubas in Nigeria? Give me the number.
I will give you the number soon. Just hold on. Continue talking.
Okay. When you look at it, really, Prince Daddy, I think you are making a mistake. One mistake is that you said they are quite structured, but you forgot one thing. Most Yoruba people, when they travel to Lagos, they always have one family member or two or three they can stay with. And when we talk about Yoruba people, we are not talking about Southwest alone. We are also talking about Kwara. We are talking about Kogi, and even part of Niger. So when they move to, so they are even more structured than them.
No,
Because
see, that's the thing. That's the thing, actually.
you will have, listen. You will have one or two member of your family member staying in Lagos, and when you move to Lagos, they will tell you go and stay with Tututu Lagbaja or my mommy or my junior brother or my senior brother or my cousin or whatever. So they are even more structured. Like they can easily.
And that's why the southeastern
Wait
migration is more
now.
dangerous.
Wait.
That's why it's more
Let me give
dangerous
you
because
this. Prince Daddy. The population in Nigeria, Yorubas is about 31%, and the Igbos are about 15 to 18%.
I mean, double, almost double.
In Nigeria?
Yes.
Almost double.
So I don't even know where you are getting all these your things that you are talking about.
What website is that? What website is that?
Go and check whatever website you want to use. Go and check on your own.
Wait. I got
We
a
asked
link.
that question. We asked that question.
I
Hold
got
on.
a
I
link.
said.
Wait, Daddy, let me
We
give
asked
you a
that
link.
question. I
Let me
said
give you a
half of the
link.
population. Half of the
Let me
population live
just
in the
give you a
southwest. I
link.
said.
Oh man, let me give you a link. So when you go to World Atlas, and I've seen this before, I think there's other websites as well. But when you go to World Atlas, so here's what they have. Hausa is 25% population of Nigeria. Yoruba is 21%. Igbo, they're 18% population of Nigeria. I'm guessing they're using
And
some
that is fine.
statistics method to calculate this.
That's not the problem.
So if you're comparing 18% to 21%, and you're talking about the biggest city in Lagos, which is Lagos, it would be very difficult to tell me that Yoruba are
No.
not dominant. Wait, let
No.
me land. I want to make a point. It would be very difficult to say they're not the majority of that state. That's number one. Number two, I could agree that maybe when we're talking about the indigene, which means like the Awori, some Ijebu, some Egbas, that were indigene of that state, maybe the population of Igbo might be great, or other ethnicity that comes in general
But
is greater than them.
Oriola, even that
I'm talking about
statistics.
just the indigene. But
No, just wait. Even that statistics that you are quoting, they are not purely. If you look at it, that 21% that they give to Yoruba, it includes tribes like Edo, Itsekiris, and all those things. And the one that they give to the Igbos as 18% was actually not only Igbo. It includes the Efik, Ibibios, and other the old Eastern state, old
I think it's
Southeastern
based
state.
on the old
So it's an
figure.
old statistics
And
that
the Hausa, they did
you
not
are
even
quoting.
talk about the Kanuri and the red. They just brought everybody just
wait, this
together.
is not.
Kanuris
This is
and
not.
the red, they just mashed
Because they separate they separate the Kanaris, they separate the Fulani, they separate the Ibibio, they separate the Tiv.
So which
So it's not.
which
I just gave you the website. It's the World Atlas. So it's
is that the
World.
current something they're talking about? It didn't.
Yeah, it's current. Where see I can't really like say 100% yeah, correct, because this is some foreign country.
Okay, hold on.
But if
So
we're talking about
okay, let me
federal
chime in
government,
now. So, but see, you guys are can prove my point. So, what about now? I said earlier that half of the population live out of southeast. So, if that been the
How do
case,
you
if
know
21%,
that? Please, Daddy, I just bait you with that question. I bait you with
no,
that
no, no.
question. How can you say 50% of them live outside of Ebola?
Well,
I don't have.
not literally, but what I'm saying in essence that a large population of the southeasterners they live outside of southeast. They would tell you themselves. Okay, great. So even though if it's 18% to 21%,
let me say something. Let me say something. Let me say something. I just want to say the population that you guys are counting. I don't know where you guys are getting your arithmetic. Hausa is 25.6%. Yoruba is 15.5%. Igbo are 15.2%. Ibibio 10.8%. Fulani 0.85%. Uhobo 0.8%. TV 2.4%. Kanuri 2.4%.
yeah. So the data you're reading is from Statista, and that's from 2018. Wait, listen,
14.2%.
That's from 2018. Listen,
Then
the stat you
tribe.
are reading is from
Other tribe
but
is
let us
wait,
even
and
assume.
these are foreign. That's why I said that
So,
these are foreign.
I just want to
Let
put
us
it right.
even assume. Wait now. Let us even assume that Yoruba and Igbo they have equal number. So
They're
are you
not
not
equal.
saying
Even with this data, it's saying 15.5.
in a state? No, just wait now.
Let me wait. It's not saying it's equal. It's saying 15.5 and 15.2. And this is based on 2018. And this is Statista. So you can't really agree
No,
with
what
that
I'm even saying, Oriola, is this. Now, in a state like Lagos, where they have a population of 22 million people, and so you want to tell me that, majority of the Southeastern are they not living in Lagos? If they can now be more than the Yoruba in the Yoruba states?
No, well, if it's 22 million,
that
you
won't
can
make sense.
you can say about 8
Okay,
million are Igbo. 8 million are Igbo.
Let me say something.
Stop all these things that you are talking about, Jerry. What is even in millions? What is the population of the Igbos? Total population of the Igbos in millions.
Let me say this.
I gave a figure earlier about 30 to 40 million.
That 8 million. That means you are telling us that more than a state in the southeast are actually living in Lagos. That's what you are telling us.
Yeah. Okay. Is that a big deal? Is that new to you? I mean,
I don't even know why you are so emphatic about things that are not factual that you are talking about.
Wait. And if that's the case, how many are living in other states? Because you have to realize they have
it's only in Lagos that they are living. They are not in other
every
states.
State, like they always claim.
That means none of them is living in their state in southeast.
There's no like maybe less than 1 million is living in southeast.
In the southeast.
That's what you're saying. Which is not true.
No, come on.
Yeah, because if you look at it that way,
hold on. If our population is what? Hold on, guys. If our population is 200 million.
So if
200 million. Hold on,
you're
guys.
saying half of 15% is living in Lagos, how many percent is living around all other states?
Remember that let's say 10% of 200 million is 10 million. No, I mean 20 million.
Yeah.
So 50% will be like 30 million. Let's say 30 million.
Wait now. Let me say this. Let me say something. When you want to say something like this, you really need to go to your statistics, which I have checked. So according to the statistics is talking that 80.84% of non-indigenous, I'm not saying Igbos, I'm saying non-indigenous, are living in Lagos. 80.84%. There are statistics that claim that 80.84% of non-indigenous.
Let's ask you a question. Do you understand how statistics is being calculated? Do you understand how that population? You know, like they didn't.
I did not say Igbo, so I did
Listen.
not say
Do
Igbo. I
you
just say
realize that those
non-indigenous,
websites, they
non-indigenous.
didn't actually do a head
That
count.
is untrue.
They
That
just
is totally
use
untrue.
they just use a method
You can check
a
your own
methodology.
statistics.
Wait, listen. They just use a methodology to come about those
Oh,
numbers. They
Riola, where
realize
did
that.
they do? Where did they do head counts? Tell me where
No,
they do
no, no.
head counts. So that
Listen, I said, do you realize they didn't do head count? Because he's trying to think that those numbers are 100%. And when you look at about 3, 4, 5 different websites, they have different percentage. So don't be too stick or think that those numbers are 100% factual. We can't just say that
yeah,
unless
even I
our
even
censor,
I don't agree 80%.
unless the
I don't
censor.
accept 80%. I don't accept 80%. But that's why you guys got to go with what I say. I don't accept 80%, but I'm telling you it's about 50-50.
I'm not even talking. I'm talking to the
I
other
give
guy,
an
not
edge.
you.
I know you're talking to
President,
Kenny, but
President, let me say this. He said, you see, I'm not saying that there are more Igbos in Lagos, but if I want to calculate, I will say non-indigenous because it's not only Igbos that are living in Lagos. We have a lot
But
of
if we say non-indigenous,
yeah.
non-indigenous includes Yoruba also now.
I don't know. Even Yorubas, there are
Let me
non-indigenous.
tell you, the way to do it is to
no,
ask
it's
the question. If you want to Google something,
non-Yorubas.
non-Yoruba,
Wait,
it's supposed to say
can you explain
non-Yorubas.
can you explain what not indigenous
The
means?
non-Yoruba,
Because
I
he
just
doesn't
Google it now.
understand
Wait,
what the word means.
they said the percentage of Yoruba is about 65 to 70%.
I don't even know why we are arguing about this. Lagos is full of
Increase that
Yorubas
now.
because
Maybe I
majority of the
drank
time that
kind.
if I go to hotels, I see Yorubas. If I go to
65,
eat in
that is what the
restaurants,
statistics say.
I drunk
65 to 70%.
it's very hard for me to be in Lagos
There
and not
are
see any
there are
Yoruba
what I
in a
want to say
day.
is that like,
So I don't
what I want to
understand how we come about all of these things.
what I want to say is this: there are places you live in Lagos. It's very difficult for you to learn Yoruba. Even where I stay, I don't. Even if I stay 100 years here, I don't think I will learn Yoruba. Yeah.
You do what?
And it's densely populated, right? It's like densely populated.
I beg, stop that. Stop that.
Wait.
Stop that.
Let me give
But
you
there are
example.
places you
Let me
stay. There
let
are
me give you
places you
example.
stay. There are
Let me
places
give
you
you
stay. No,
example. Wait, let me give
I've
you.
been listening to you guys. I just want to say a few things before, but I just want to listen to you
But
guys.
what you just said now, I want to give you an example. Where I used to live in the US before I moved to a new state, I'll tell you, Nigerians dominate that city. Even up to like the mayor now and some of the senators, you see us there. That still does not tell you because it's just the city that we live in. And the state has close to probably like 20 different towns. But the main city, especially one part of the town, you see us. We are almost everywhere. That does not tell you that we are majority still. It's just me. And when you go to one part of New York, and I'll tell you in Brooklyn, you will think you're in Nigeria because the entire streets, like majority of the 3 different blocks, is full of Yorubas and Igbos, Nigerian descent. That does not still mean when they count the population of New York, Nigeria is gained hand. No, you're still minute. It just happened that part of where you're living and
You
you're
are
more
just
comfortable.
concentrated in an area.
You're more comfortable with your people. That's why you concentrate on that particular area. The same thing with jobs. When you look at IT, some of them you see Indians, majority of them. That's because they're their own people. They bring them in and they put them in position. Same thing when you see healthcare, you see a lot of Africans because they focus on that area. But still, it's just because the town and the state that you live in. When you go to Middle America, you see none of us. You see
Oriola,
none of us. That's how
even
you have
when
to
you look
think.
at
Brain,
when you
don't concentrate your brain in one area. That's why I was saying that the stack
we
that
have
Prince
that
Dad is giving me.
tendency, Oriola, we have that tendency of exaggerating things in Nigeria. Let me give, for example, Nigerians now, they say a lot of Nigerians have jackpot from the country. If you look at the number of, even in Africa, we didn't rank number 1 about immigration. But Nigeria, they will extrapolate as if the whole Nigeria is the highest. They have the highest number of people
Who's
that are
number
migrating away
one?
from their
Who's
country.
number one? Which country is number one?
Egypt, Egypt is higher in migration than Nigeria. Go and check it.
Yes, you're right. Even if
And
you,
then when you
even
even talk
US,
about the one that they are talking about,
migration to the west.
Yes.
Which country is number one?
Migration is migration. Migration is
No,
migration. Forget about what.
No. Where are the Egyptians migrating to? Libya or Morocco? Tell us.
What the hell you talking
Well, I don't even. Migration is migration. Whether they migrate to Middle East or
because your number is dubious. That's why we need to define things and make it clear. When we talk about migration,
when you are talking about migration, you don't put a country say okay to the west. You talk about country migration.
So even that, I don't even believe that number. There are many Nigerians.
Go and check now. Every number that we have been giving, which one did you believe?
There are many Nigerians in South Africa, Cameroon, Ghana, Benin, Togo. They're everywhere. There are many Nigerians all across Africa. Forget about the West even. So even that number is dubious to me.
Now, is that not the same argument that you are putting about Lagos? We just told you now that the population of Yorubas is about 65 to 70%. You still don't believe?
Okay, give us.
We are giving you facts, but you are just your own.
Hold on. Egypt is number one. Give us a number. What is the percentage? How many people?
I don't. You are educated. I don't need to be spoon feeding you like a baby. Go and check on your own.
Well,
even when you talk about diaspora remittance. Wait, even when you talk about diaspora remittance. What do you say?
I said you come this morning to deceive us. I can.
It's you that you are the one that are deceiving everybody. We are giving you facts with figures, and then you still remain recalcitrant. You don't want to believe what we are telling you.
Remain recalcitrant. Okay, Simba.
Let me tell you, what you are saying is you can't generalize when you see certain group of people living in a certain area, then because of that population that you saw in that area, you now want to say, okay, you extrapolate it and generalize it on the population.
What I'm talking about is something over 3-4 decades of solid migration and
but we are not telling you. We are giving you weights now. Friends, what else do you need? We just told you now that the Yorubas in Lagos constituted 65 to 70% of the population. What other fact did you need?
Well, I don't believe that. I know you said that, but I don't believe. I can also say 80%, and I say I don't believe it. Okay, can I also say 80%? And I say I don't believe it.
No. Let me tell you what Ekene was asking. Wait, he said non-indigenous.
Wait,
he said
non-indigenous. Let me say this real quick. Don't say that you don't believe it. You have your phone there. Just look it up. He's
a lazy guy. He doesn't want to think. That is his problem. He's a lazy guy.
Right. You can't say that when we're giving you fact like where we saw the numbers. Even though it's
amazing. You guys are quoting me numbers and stats, thinking that because you are, then that means you're correct. That's shameful. That's shameful. See, numbers don't lie, but that's why you need analysis to numbers. Simply give me some damn numbers doesn't mean.
So what should we believe in? If you think the numbers that we're quoting
you should simply believe what I'm telling you. It's very simple.
But you just told. Wait, you gave an example. You said the school you went to. Tell us the name of the school you went to, and tell us the type of people that go to that school, and let us know the area in Lagos that you go to that school. I'm definitely sure the school you went to is a lot of money for people to get into that school. That's number one.
No, Oriola, you're supposed to know that Prince Dad is an Ajebota guy now. He's an Ajebota guy.
When you look at the population in your schools, class-wise, I'm not talking about even ethnicity. Class-wise, I'm definitely sure they're either middle class or upper class. So are you going to judge the entire Nigeria based on the class? And you're not looking at the lower class, because every country, the lower class is usually the most.
Probably even in his class, there might not be more than 10. No, there might not be more than 10 in his class. So
right, So tell us, explain to us how you
That
come
your
about.
class. That your class. How many of you are there? How many of you are there? That your class.
No,
And
that was
what is
back.
the
That was
class of
guys.
your
That was
friends?
back then, and I also told you about it a decade or so ago.
Tell us the
I mean,
population. How many of
no,
you are in that your class? Tell us.
I can't remember, but even a decade ago, walking around in Lagos, okay, I can see like every nook and cranny of that place.
What part
was
of
like
Lagos? What part? Tell us. What part did you walk around?
When you are walking around the street in Lagos, you see them
Wait,
speaking
he's
Igbo.
walking around. I'm
It's
definitely
Igbo that
sure
they be
he's walking
speaking now.
around in Ireland. Where? Tell us. Ikoyi and Victoria Island, correct? That's where you're walking
Well,
around.
Ikoyi, for example, Sulere for sure was heavily concentrated with Igbos or non-Yorubas there.
Okay. And
Even
what part?
compared to when I was back there, like years ago. But now,
wait, did
truly,
you walk around in
Oriola, I don't
Badagry,
think
Epe?
let us even leave this. I don't think you can convince this. It's just I think it's just catching cruise.
Yes, catching
Just
cruise,
leave
right?
him alone.
okay. Let's move on to the next topic. That's okay. No worries.
Wait, I was
But
I was going to speak about this one real quick.
the remittance that we are talking about earlier. Okay, look at it now. They said that the remittance, and with the so-called, the way we are looking at the number of Nigerians in diaspora, Indians, they remit over 120 billion yearly. And we are remitting, let's say, 500 and 600 million monthly. And we are shouting, how much is that one in a year? It's less than 600 billion.
And the
6
Indians
billion.
are 7 times our population. What's the point?
Yeah, but we already know where the problem comes from. We're not tracking any of this money. They're bypassing the right authority, meaning CBN doesn't know the money that's coming in and going out. Just like you guys always give example.
Were they all those apps that people are using now to send money? Were they captured by CBN?
I don't know. I think that's what he's doing now, to capture every single thing. And don't you think that's illegal for them to be bringing something into a country and not report it? Don't you think it's illegal?
That app is being captured by CBN.
Wait,
because
all
that
of
app
them?
also have to do with your local bank here. Okay, so
So what was being done
all those
different now?
wise, all those they are not really banks now. All those apps are not really banks now.
Yeah, but I want to ask you a question. Wait,
no way
let me ask you a question real quick before you answer. Let me ask you. If you're saying that all those apps were never bypassing CBN, so what is now being done differently now that is able to know where and how much is coming into the country? Because if I may see it, it seems that there's some dubious things is happening that CBNs were not able to capture every single money that is living and going into Nigeria. So if you're saying they're capturing them, so what is he doing different now? Why is he able to now know every single thing, if not that somebody is doing dubious stuff?
Oriola, you are quite right. Maybe before there is a lot of underhand deals, but now I think
you know us now.
Yeah, I know. I cannot say they capture 100%, but
Sharp
at the
guy.
same time, okay, go ahead.
No. I was just making the funny joke.
Can we also look at it this way, that okay, if you are saying that okay, the Indians are more in numbers and all those things, can we say they are also more committed to their country than Nigerians?
Well, I don't believe that.
No, I wouldn't say that.
One of the richest nations in the world is Luxembourg.
Somebody like Prince Daddy, I can't. How many dollars have you remitted to Nigeria?
We can't use population, man. Luxembourg has more money than Nigeria.
What does that mean? What do you mean by that? What are you trying to?
Our male version of Kemi Badenoch,
No, Prince Daddy will. I don't know. It depends. The way I say Prince Daddy is that Prince Daddy might live in Aguda or maybe Bode Thomas area of Surulere. When you live around that place, You are meeting with people that are middle income class from every part of
No,
the
don't,
country.
Jeremy, don't take us back
No,
to
no,
that
no, I'm not, I
argument
just want to
again.
tell him, I got him. But when you talk about the other part of Surulere, because when you look at Surulere, there is this Ikorodu Road. When you look at your right, then you see the National Stadium. That is the old, that side, that Baja, the rest.
The likelihood that the Indians will, an average Indians will remit more money to Indian than an average Nigerian. Do you people believe that?
That is correct.
Yeah,
Because
well, in
they
terms
don't
of
live kind
population,
of
I
lifestyle we
believe
live.
that.
Okay.
In terms of population, I believe that.
No, no, no,
Because
no, no. Let
they're
us even
more
say we
than
have the
us.
same population. Let us even say
Yeah.
we have the same population. They will
Yeah.
still have more because I think they are more
people
patriotic than Nigerians
No,
to their
I don't
country.
think so. Well, actually, hold on. They may be more patriotic, but I tell you that Nigerians probably spend on average per person more money than an Indian does. I
No, I
believe
don't
so.
agree with no. Prince Daddy, look at it from the population. Look at it from professional field. You see most Indians in the field of engineering and IT.
That's not true. You're
No,
watching
let
too
me
much
finish
TV,
first.
my man.
And I think they are more committed. We said that's not true.
Yeah,
Come to
it's
Europe
not
now.
that
Come
we
here.
say we
Go
have
and
to,
see the IT
that's
sector
why
here.
see
They are more than us.
stop following
They are
media.
not
When
okay.
wait, I'm not talking about population now. You're talking about the type of job that people do. That's what I'm trying to tell you
I'm not
that.
talking about the type of people the type of people do it alone. I'm talking about they have more people in
Yeah.
engineering and IT than Nigerians. It's
I
true.
no, I don't know. I have to
I
see
am
data.
telling you from what I noticed here in Europe here.
What
In most of the engineering field and IT field, they are
see,
more
this is what I just have problem with Prince Daddy with. I don't care about your opinion or your observation. That it doesn't tell me anything. Data is what will tell me something. You just saying people, it just means that that's the people you meet. Probably that's your own type of field as well. So you probably meet those people. Does that mean the entire country is like that? No. So we can judge based on the people that you meet on the daily or the people that you interact with and say that's
Listen, the people that hold on, Remy, the people that are more likely to spend, the people that are more likely to send money are not really the professional job people. The people that do menial job and other jobs, they're more likely to send money back home. Actually, if you ask me, than the people that do professional job, they may send a larger amount at a time. But the people that do other kind of non-professional job, they send a lot of money back home.
yeah, but the thing is, let me ask you a question. What's the money? Is it for investment or for family issues?
Mostly for family issues and for personal asset acquisition. Yeah.
So, but if it's for family issues, how does that really benefit Nigeria in a way? I understand maybe paying
Oh, a
tuition
whole
and stuff.
lot. They are the drivers of the economy. They are the drivers of the economy. I'm telling you, and I said it before. If it wasn't for the Nigerians
In
overseas,
terms of what? Explain further.
in
In
terms of
terms of
just
what type of
living,
stuff they use the money for.
their daily welfare, to pay school fees and whatnot. I mean, that's how they support their people back home. It is
And
a
how does
reality.
that benefit Nigeria, though? I want to understand how it benefits Nigerian government. How does that money? Because if you're sending money for family issues in Nigeria, definitely you're not paying taxes. But if I don't know, even it has to be investments to really for you to be capturing tax. But when you're talking about just family issues, a lot of Nigerians don't pay taxes. So I'm trying to understand
No,
how that
say
money
no.
even benefits the government.
It benefits the people that are actually doing business, because now you have more people that have the purchasing power to patronize their businesses. Let me tell you, they are the real driver. I'm not going to rely on the guy that sends $1 million to Nigeria that the government can tax and for some investment or whatever. No, I'm telling you, the drivers of the economy are the people that send that small change back home. They are the ones driving the economy that support the businesses in that country.
I
That's the
hear
real.
you. I hear you, but it's not benefiting the country in a way. The government to be able to tax people, get money from there, and invest it in making yourself.
What about less burden on the government? What about less welfare on the government? Well, I mean, it does a lot.
Does Nigeria even have a welfare at all?
Well, it does it does a lot of things that percolate the system that benefits
like
that country.
Like what?
I just maybe
the
Simba can
10K?
tell you better. Simba would be a great example actually, or Remy to tell you, because they invest back home, so they can tell you the supply chain or the connection of the investment back home, how it affects the economy.
Let me give him a very good good example. For example, in Nigeria now, there is a lot of development in the estate industry in terms of purchasing land or purchasing houses. And when you look at the, according to one of the estate agents, this is there's no data from any statistic, but most of these building or apartment are being bought by people in diaspora, Nigerians in diasporas. And when you now sell, you buy a land in Nigeria, you have to do the work called certificate of occupancy. And that is the money you are paying to the state government of that, wherever you get that land from. You pay kind of tax and kind of fees. So sometimes, and then when you buy a land and you want to develop it, you have to continue to be sending stream of money home to build your property, in which I can say 50% of diaspora, Nigerians, would like to have a house in Nigeria. So that is also a kind of uplifting the economy.
Wait, you're not answering my question.
And all the cement they buy from Dangote, Dangote pays taxes, right? So all the cement and all the sand they buy from Dangote, those are the taxes they are paying somewhat indirectly into the government.
How much is Dangote paying? And I don't even think since when let's look at 10 years back. Wait, let's look 10 years back. How can you tell me that? Oh, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Do you think Dangote is being on top of his tax game for 10 years straight down?
Yeah, but according to
number two,
apart from MTN or Dangote, I don't know which one of them come first.
For which year?
How many years?
I just asked you 10 years back.
The largest taxpayer in Nigeria. Either Dangote is one or MTN is number one. Two of them have been the largest taxpayer in Nigeria for more than 10 years now.
Wait, a lot of those companies, they don't pay taxes. But I hear you if you're saying they do. But in general, oh, man.
What I will say is this, because government also give them some concession, sometimes that, okay, maybe you don't pay lesser tax for you to build this particular road. If you go to Lagos, you will see a road from maybe for Apapa to Oshodi. It was a kind of road that they use interlocking stone to make that road. I forgot the total length of.
Yeah, but see, let me say this real quick. I understand the point that you guys are saying, and for those of us that live outside Nigeria, you know that if you have a house or you have a permit, or especially if you have a house, you're paying taxes every year for your house. And it's going back to the government, and you expected that those money they use for some type of road or whatever. Even you pay taxes on cars, even here. So now what I'm saying is a lot of that money that they're sending home is, apart from Lagos, I think Lagos is probably the only state where they get to charge people pay for tax every year on their housing. I might be wrong.
I don't think they do tax them to pay that. I'm not sure the tenement rate
on the year. So if that's the case, that Nigeria they're not paying taxes on their house, their housing they're not paying taxes every year. So how is the government making money to fix road, fix water, fix electricity, or to give you subsidy on those things? How?
You do have a very good point. You are right. The Nigerian system is not all that robust or maybe structuralized like the one you have in the US or.
So all the money that you guys are sending back home,
all the money that
Tinubu is giving to the government,
all the money that Tinubu is giving to the governors, the extra money, where is it coming from?
Wait, forget about that. I'm not even talking about. I'm talking about the money that you guys are sending back home. It's not benefiting the government.
They don't tax us directly, but at the same time, you know that I don't know whether you can call this a form of tax. If you send money to any Nigerian bank account, immediately the local bank, they will remove a kind of charge. immediately. Maybe it can be 15 naira or 16 naira, depending on the volume you send. And if he or she,
there you go. Yeah.
And where's
so
that?
if he or she
Where's
wants to
that
send
money
money
going to? Where's
to
that money
another
going
person,
to?
I don't know. Maybe they call it bank levy. Maybe federal government
So
still have
where's
their
it
own
going to?
share from that
Where
one.
is
I
it
do
going
not.
to the government or to the bank account or to
No,
the
I
bank
think
pocket?
some part go to the government too from that levy,
Are
not
you
for the
sure?
bank alone. Yeah, I'm damn
Okay.
sure about that. I'm damn
So
sure.
if that's the case, then it will make sense that
Yes,
okay,
yes, yes.
but if to say that we're just sending money and it's like the government is not really getting anything out of it,
The
I
point
don't
is
see
that the
how it's
money
doing anything.
they are removing from that huge amount of money you send. It's not a lot
It's a lot,
compared to
man. You just told
no,
me
no, no,
$50.
no. For example,
$50 is
if you
a
send
50
like
naira is a lot.
$200, 50 naira is not a lot of money in
Is a
Nigeria.
lot times one times let's
Okay,
say
if you now, yeah, of course
10
it's a
million
lot.
people times 10 million. That's like 50 million
Yeah,
naira.
I know. At the end of the day, it's a lot of money. But in terms of the people taking the money away from that person account, the person might just waive it. 50 naira from 200,000. No, it's okay. But so many tax they are paying kind of indirectly that it's not a direct tax that you don't know about. So, but at the same time, I hope the new tax system will, let's say how it works from January next year.
Yeah, I bet every time you buy minutes, they are paying taxes, right?
Yes, they are. And there was a time that they want to increase it. People have to fight back and they put, I don't know whether it's about, I don't know the percentage now, unless I Google it.
Oh, you mean the banks?
No, the telecoms. The telecoms want to, the government is giving them maybe to charge about 2 to 5%. And a lot of people kick against it because the telecom are saying that they want to improve on their infrastructures, I mean the telecom equipment. So that the only way is
Yeah,
just to,
the thing is the telecoms, even the banking, they all robbing Nigerians.
yeah,
Because to be
they
honest
are,
with you,
especially the banks.
even the telecom, because if you look at the bank, oh, I said the banks, telecom. If you look at the amount they're charging on, they don't do that here. You just pay one amount every month and you're good. Nigeria, like they charge you based on your data, and your
Yeah,
data go like fast, just like this. Boom, it's done.
I think they are cheating us in that
They
kind of
cheat.
way. I would have
Yeah,
preferred a system, but I don't blame them too because they also hide under their what do you call their costs, especially running their equipment.
yeah, running the server on
So
diesel.
electricity, no enough electricity, they have
Yeah,
to pump more money to
yeah.
diesel. If there is electricity, they're supposed to be charging per month. You pay 20, maybe 2,000 naira or 20,000 naira for consistently unlimited data for 30 days. That's how we are doing. That is how it happens.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you know what this is what I would have preferred. Like now that they're able to capture the money that's coming in, they seeing the inflow, like how money is gained. Hopefully they can capture a lot more because I know there might be some other loopholes that people are sending money and they make sure that they didn't let the government know. If they can't capture
No,
everything, what I would like,
it's
let me
very
land real quick.
difficult now. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what I would like them to do is to actually put together an financial investment company where contributes and use that money invested in different companies in Nigeria. So I believe that if that type of financial system is available, a lot of more money will go into Nigeria. That a lot of people can invest it, they can have investment, have like these big investment companies use their money to invest in just like BlackRock. That guy, that Nigerian guy that is one of the CEO for BlackRock, can establish one in Nigeria and just have more different people send a lot of people will send money to Nigeria to have their money invest in good things that can be done in that country.
I
But
think do you know about NFIU? This is the government body that makes sure that when they watch the bank, if you are going to wire thousands of dollars or millions of dollars abroad, it has to go through them. So this way, a lot of people were unable to take a lot of money away from Nigeria easily. But at the same time, I think some of these bank officials also have a way, I don't know, maybe any other way, that they help them to siphon their money to Caribbean island or this, whatever they are taking the money to. But NFIU, sometimes they stop a lot of people from taking a huge amount of money outside of Nigeria. And that is why they have access to your bank account. So they can know how much come. With this unit, I think they are doing a fantastic job in Nigeria too. So at the end of the day, they know everybody's account, what kind of business you are doing. If you're an importer, they can quickly know how you use your money to import goods from abroad.
Remy, are they able to stop the politicians?
So that is what I don't know. Because that is the problem with Nigeria. When we are talking about the institution working perfectly, sometimes because of the way we play our politics and the way this Nigerian mentality, man no man, sometimes that's our problem. But I think with this FI unit and the tax reform coming to be in next year, I think a lot of people will think that you just don't do nothing, then you make 50 million profit without no document to back it up. You will pay a lot of tax. So people should start
but
to.
I think that excuse that if you know people are, I think the problem is all institutions are not doing their job, because it's not left to just one institution to do that. You have the law enforcement as well, and you have the banking system. You have the regulators for the banking system. Meaning, if I want to make a big purchases, so let's say I want to buy a house, for example, there should be a background check that's being done by the what they call the home sellers, the recruiters, or what they're not recruiters, the people that. Oh no, I forgot what there's a name for them. Yeah, for them to do background check.
Like credit rating or something like that, they check they do a
background for them check. To do a background check on you. And a bank should also if you have a lot of money, and they have to trace. It's more like I deposit, let's say every month, my deposit to my bank is like, let's say 10 million. All of a sudden, I deposit 100 million. You should ask questions. You should ask questions. And that's not left to the government in a way now. It's left to the bank.
So there's a new trend in the Nigerian estate industry now, because EFCC started.
Well, the banks may have their own internal.
Let me quickly finish, and then you come. There's a new thing, because EFCC started beaming their light on estate. What do you call it? All these people that build estate around the country. Immediately, most of them started changing the way you pay the payment plan. Now, if you cannot pay the money in 2 years, they now give you 20 years to pay the money. Before, they want you to cover 70 million or 150 million in 2 years. But now they say you cannot pay in 20 years. But the interest rate will be much more higher. So that means there's going to be a lot of people in trouble soon. Because all these politicians, most of them hide their money under this estate development or that estate, blah, 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 they are doing. So how can you tell people to bring out 200 million to buy a duplex under 2 years? What kind of job are people doing in that country? That people just pumping 200, 300 million like that? I think we should do more. We need to sanitize the system.
Yeah, but how many people are buying those houses?
They are buying them. I'm telling you, they are buying them. And most of the people sometimes they say
see, the people that have money in Nigeria, they're not more than 1 million. They're not more than that rich that you're talking about. I don't even think they're close to 1 million.
So when you're talking about people that have money in Nigeria, are you talking about people that are billionaires or people that are billionaires in Naira or just millionaires? Which one are you talking about?
Well, I don't care. The rich people in Nigeria, they're not. I'm talking about people that have money. They're not more than 1 million.
No, they are more than 1 million.
They're not.
More than 1. I'm telling you, they are more than 1 million.
They're not.
You know why I say that?
Even houses in Lagos, if you look Balala Island, Ikoyi all together, I don't even think all those houses all together they're close to 100,000. Please, what are we?
Are you kidding yourself?
Yes,
what
they're
are
not.
You talking about?
They're not.
Are you kidding? Not. If you go to all these banana republic or whatever they call themselves, you are kidding. You say a house of close to 10 billion naira.
No, you're not listening to me. I'm not saying the price.
In terms of the units. In terms of the units.
Okay, maybe 100,000 units as a house.
That's what I meant. Meaning, if you do that math, you don't have close to 1 million people that they're like billionaire in Naira or even millionaires. I don't think
in terms of millionaires in Naira, there will be more than today. There will be more than 10 million. I'm telling you.
No, they're not. I'm
Oh, come
sorry.
on.
I don't
You
believe that
we
number.
are talking about millionaires in Naira. There will be more than 10
Yes.
million in
If
Nigeria.
I don't think there's 10 million millionaires in Naira in Nigeria.
Are
Okay,
you kidding yourself? This guy, you don't know.
convert it to dollars. Would you say how many people do you think have at least 1 million naira in their account?
And I don't think they're even close to. I don't think they're up to 10,000.
You make
No,
1 million,
nah,
1
no,
million what?
no, no, that's too low. Come on now,
It's
come
not
on.
too low. See, this is how you know if a country has rich people. Look at the country. See what type of investment, a type of how would I put this? A type of community they're living in type of environment. You can tell that there's no really, really rich people that how we claim that they have money. I don't think they
When
are.
you say 10
Because
million,
when you wait,
no,
let me make this. Because when you have, let's say we have 1 million billion in dollars, millionaires in dollars
we are
in
not talking
Nigeria.
about in dollars. So
Let
if it's
me
dollars,
land. Let me make a point. If we have 1 million people that are millionaires in Nigeria, I'm of certain that Nigeria, especially the town that they live in, majority of towns in Nigeria, they will not look the way they look because a lot of them they have put money in investment to fix different areas.
I
No
think I'm a
matter
little,
Nah,
how
I'm a
nah,
wait,
little
nah, nah,
bit
nah.
no matter
confused.
how
It doesn't
Are
work
you
that way.
wait,
talking
let
Korea
me
about?
line, it
land.
doesn't work
Are
Let
that
me
you
way.
talking
land.
No.
about?
No matter
Are you
how
talking about
stingy
millions in dollars, or you are talking about millions in naira? Please clarify
millions
that.
in dollars, I'm saying
Of course, if
millionaires
you are
in
talking about
dollars.
that,
If you
then
we don't have
maybe
a
we don't have
million,
us talk
that's
to
what
that.
I'm saying. We don't have.
I realize the criteria just established to me it doesn't work that way because somebody has millions of dollars or even in naira. It doesn't, they're not going to use their money to fix road or do things in a communal way. That's
I
not the way it
never
works.
said fixed road. I never said that. I said they
What
will
did you say?
make their community, the community they live in, they will make it look, they will invest in their community, make sure that where they live matches their status. They will make sure because
No,
when you
it
look,
doesn't. I
wait,
still
when
don't
you look,
agree.
well, that's you. Because when you look Ikoyi, for example, there's some that's because a lot of rich people live there and they want their environment to look some certain way. So I'm definitely sure
But,
those
but was it
people.
the rich people that develop it structurally that makes it nice? Was it the rich people or no? I don't know.
Wait, who
See,
develop it? Who develop that areas? Like the Banana Island, the Koi, who develop it?
well, the Korea, I would say that's a long time government project, but the Banana Island and this other stuff, this are like
Wait.
investment,
It's a
investment.
government project, but who are the type of people that live there?
Well, the rich people, the people that can afford it, live there.
No. Why did they decide to live there? They're not up to a million. They're not up to even 100,000s. But why did they live there? I'm saying that if think about what I'm saying. Take a minute to really think about what I'm saying. When you look at Banana Island, for example, there's a reason why those people that have millions of dollars live there because they want the environment that they will live in to at least fit their status. They will make
That is
sure.
fine. Okay, I'm not making that argument. That is fine because they're paying for it. Now, see, the business people, they found opportunity that they have.
Wait, not business people, because you will see that the people that invested in that Banana Island, they're also billionaires. Majority of them, they're millionaires as well, and they want the type of environment they live in to be well taken care of, have different amenities that they need. That's what I'm saying. That if you think about what I'm saying very carefully, if those people are millions in that country, every different towns in Nigeria will look like that
No,
because they will.
not every town. And
I didn't say all the
such.
towns. I said
Hold on,
every different towns.
gradually, they are having communities as such that because of the growing demand of such livable
How many?
areas.
How many?
I don't know how
That's
many,
what
but they
I'm
are
saying. We
growing.
don't have millionaires in dollars. We don't have
We
a
do.
million
We
of
have
them.
plenty of them. We have
We
plenty of them.
don't. We have plenty, but they're not 1 million. They're not up to 1 million. They millionaires in dollars in Nigeria. I don't think probably between 10,000 and 100,000. Maybe even if that's close. I don't even think it's that much.
That's 10 times the amount. That's 10. It went from 10,000 to 100,000. So that's 10 times. That's a good job. It's going to keep going up.
Praise Daddy. Are
Yeah,
you aware? Are you aware there is no middle class in Nigeria anymore? So where are you going to get all these millionaires that you want to have in Nigeria? How many middle class do you have in Nigeria today? Do you know that middle class have washed out of the system completely?
Thank you.
The only places you can count to see maybe some millionaires is
well, the middle class are not going to be millionaires in that regard, anyways.
Even the business class also. Even the business class also is very difficult. It's very rare. You understand? But when you want to see a nation that is doing good, or you start from the middle class. So just tell me, where do you see middle class in Nigeria again?
I'm not disputing or arguing about that, but I tell you, the middle class is hardly do you find middle class people becoming multi-millionaires unless they do some kind of investment or business. They're going to remain middle class for a long time, and they are the drivers of the economy. I'm not disputing that. But it doesn't mean that the growth of or the number of millionaires in terms of the numbers of people that are millionaires is not growing. I think it's growing actually. See, that's the thing about economy. When the economy is doing bad,
There are times in this country. There are times in this country that President, there are times in this country that middle class are buying cars, building houses. Definitely.
I agree, but they are not millionaires to that degree. When the bad economy.
It doesn't mean to be, but at least a good millionaire.
Let me quickly interject. As of today, the price of used vehicle is so expensive, but still Nigerians are still buying them. So, and the price are not like
how many?
No, let me finish.
Somebody go do Yahoo. Somebody go do Yahoo. Go buy a car. You cannot call it. You cannot. You were talking about the same people doing the same job in this country. How many of them?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that the prices are so high that I even ask myself, where are people buying? Where did they get the money? 24 million, 30 million, 20-something million, 17 million, and they're still buying. How do they get the money? These are not people living in diaspora. What kind of business are they doing? You cannot tell me all of them are Yahoo boys. You cannot say that. People are swapping their car. People are doing so many stuff.
Let me tell you. It's very difficult. If Nigeria economy is good, people would have been driving new cars in this country. Not all these tokumbos you are praising here.
No, you are wrong. Even in abroad, only few people drive new cars. People buy used cars, they pay money little. I'm telling you what even transpired here also.
No, there was the other day people were arguing that things are cheap in Nigeria. It's okay, things are cheap, but you count our Naira. Your $1 can get you some good, sumptuous meal in Nigeria. Yeah?
But it cannot get us nothing here.
Yeah, but your 1 Naira, what can it get you in abroad? If that's how they count it. Can your 1 Naira get you anything, a pin, a dime in abroad? Can it? So when you parade such a weak currency,
there are some products like €1 or maybe not up to €1. There's so many, okay? So
that when you take your one Naira and convert it,
still, compared to some
when you take your 1 Naira and you're able to convert it in euro or in dollar, it can get you anything in abroad. Is that what you mean?
No, you cannot do it that way, because you are not. If you are living here, you also discover that what you are buying €2 4 years ago is now close to €4.
That means your currency has no purchasing power.
We cannot say the currency does not have purchasing power. It does not work that way, because it also depends. I understand probably the household product of food because of food inflation. But the prices are coming down, maybe not up to the level that people will want it.
Let me tell you, the price you said are coming down. Even the price of rice that you guys are boasting, go and price it today in the market.
rice has added almost about.
I just bought
Yeah,
one.
it's just that maybe when you guys are giving time, when you are boasting that things are coming down. If I just stay, I'll be looking at you guys. You are boasting that the price of rice was about is it 60,000 or so in Nigeria?
I just bought 50 kg recently. It's about 65,000 of the budget. Okay.
Well, what I'm telling you is that the thing is still adding up again. It's not 65,000 before. Now it's adding up 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira, and still going up again. And then who knows what is going to be again during December time? And you know that is when rice used to be very costly in this country. So is that time you will know whether the price has come down? Because now it has started going up again.
Don't worry.
So,
by the time they flop the market,
I don't know. The only thing is that the current government has managed to skyrocket the price of things in Nigeria, and Nigerians are adapting to the price. Because even the tomatoes, there is nowhere in this Nigeria today that I see the price of tomato drop or pepper. Pepper today is still 500 naira. The where APC, this current government took it to. Tomato is now 1,000 naira, where they took it to. You know, something they made at 200 naira and so. But Nigeria is being comfortable with it, trying to adapt. And the price has remained there since they came in. Price of tomato has not reduced. Price of pepper has not reduced. Price of onion has not reduced. They have taken it to that price, 500 naira, 1,000 naira for 4 pieces or 5 pieces of it that they used to put it together in one small basket. And it still remains there till today. The only thing that you guys managed to boost is that the price of rice dropped. But I'm telling you today, as of today, the price of... And this government is the...
What about the price of beans? The price of beans, the price of millet, have they not reduced? Those ones have reduced. So sometimes you cannot have everything to reduce at a particular time. It takes time. Let's continue to build on what
everything
we have.
Everything has remained.
2 years ago, you are using money to buy money. But today, you are not doing that.
2
years ago, the economy was terrible. But things are picking up again now. So we just be hopeful, okay? So
what I'm saying is that the issue is that what this government has been able to that the few things you are jubilating that the price has dropped. It's just like you take a bag of rice from 35,000 naira to 100 and something thousand, and you are jubilating that the thing has dropped to 65,000, and you count it as an achievement. Why not take it to where you met it? But that's, by the way, it's just that Nigerians are being more comfortable trying to adapt. Let me tell you, it's very difficult for salary earners to survive in this country. Go and look at them. Look at how they feel. The only people surviving in this country is people doing mago-mago, both in the government workers and everything. They are the people surviving. People doing mago-mago work. And you know what I mean. But sincerely, people that maintains their salary, trying to be upright in their work and all that, none of them is surviving anything. You understand? So, because you cannot tell me how can a salary earner in Nigeria today pay for 2-bedroom flat of 1.2 million naira today? You see that you go back to your father's house. And it's not good to tell people to go back to their father's house because that is not where they will work. People need to be at the city, at the working. They need to travel to places to find a work. So you make living more comfortable for them so that whenever they are... So if you tell them to go to the village and stay in their father's house, somebody has a work, does it mean that somebody from Imo State cannot get a work in Lagos and come and pay for house rent and stay in Lagos and work maybe in a hospital or whatever? Then you tell that person to go back to the village and stay in his father's house. That means to remain jobless. So, well, because of this government, we have been seeing that and be hearing that since all this while. Well, it's very difficult. Very difficult. I don't know where Nigeria is heading to because I believe that anything above what we are having as an inflation today in this country will really drastically, it will kill Nigeria entirely. To kill Nigeria entirely. This government is the most government that collected tax. Look at their indices. They've increased tax in every area, in everything, both whatever that needed to be added tax on. Tinubu has done it. And upon that, he's not paying for a subsidy. Why are Nigerians getting more poorer? I still ask myself this question every day by day. The people that didn't even collect tax, that pay subsidy, maintain a good standard of living for this for the people of Nigeria. But the one that collected the most tax, both in you increase, not even 10% increase, some you see 200% increase, just like in electricity, 200% or more than safe. In everything, the tax is not even 10% increase. In everything, some 300% increase. Some go even in the custom. In the custom, the price of where Buhari left, the price of clearing one container before is about 8.5 million before he left office. It's about 8.5 million. We were even crying then. Clearing is too high. Today it's more than 30 million naira to clear a container. And you are not even paying subsidy. And when you come here, you want to justify. I don't know what you want to justify.